Do we have recording? Are we record? We're live. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the June edition of the Township of Muskoka Lakes Planning Committee meeting. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 9 o'clock, and I would like to welcome everyone to this meeting. I can confirm that we have a quorum, and I think we have 100% with one person online. We have seniors. Sorry, we are missing one. We're 9. I confirm that we have senior staff and planning staff are present. Public with input on this June 11th agenda was invited at the email address, which is planning@muskoka.ca. Today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded on the Township of Muskoka Lakes website and YouTube channel. And by participating in the open public meeting today, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and posted online. I advise that we have no supplementary agenda. Do any of the members of committee have pecuniary interest in any of the items on the agenda today? And if you think of them as we come along, just please raise your hand and we will deal with that. Invited delegates, this is a public meeting, so invited delegates people, both delegated and anybody who wants to speak as part of the public meeting have 5 minutes. We have the motions for this meeting have been pre-populated with random movers and seconders to expedite the meeting. During voting, members shall physically raise their hand until the chair has confirmed the vote. If the vote is unclear, a verbal vote shall be recorded by the clerk, but this is not considered a recorded vote. So we have a busy agenda today with some number of very important items. I'm going to change the order. Is it a change of order? Oh, whatever it is. We have our first item, of course, is the application from the BALA Legion. But before we ask Ms. Crowder to come and present the application, I ask our member of federal parliament, Mr. Scott Aitchison, would like to have the floor for a few minutes, and we welcome him very much. Member Aitchison, welcome.
Listen, this is like coming back from the roots. Is it not on? You'd think I'd know how to use a microphone by now, wouldn't you? I was just going to say thank you, Mr. Chair, and Your Worship and Council. It's great to be here. This is while I might be the federal member of parliament, my roots are in fact right in a room just like this. Municipal council is where I started, and at the ripe old age of 21, and I'm a little older than that now, and I recognize the importance of what you do. I also appreciate the opportunity to speak first, and I apologize for my attire. My next obligation involves golf clubs, and so I have to get off to that, so I won't be able to listen to the presentation that I'm sure will be exceptional. I really just wanted to add my voice to show my support and add my voice to the importance of the project that the BALA Legion is undertaking. I am, of course, the federal Conservative Party's shadow minister or critic on housing, and so needless to say, I talk about the housing situation all across this country. It is dire, and I know that all of you are fully aware of that as well. Certainly, Your Worship, as chair of the District of Muskoka's Housing Task Force, you are acutely aware of the challenges we face in this country. What I tell people across the country, though, is that this is a crisis that doesn't exist just in big cities, which tends to be, I think, from all our perspectives, the response of federal and provincial policymakers. Oftentimes, policies, programs, projects are identified in cities, not in small rural communities. And I would describe to people the challenge that we face in Muskoka in terms of housing, and they would be shocked to think that there could be a housing crisis, because this is the playground of the rich and famous. How could there possibly be a problem? And what they don't realize, of course, is that the median family income of those who live here year-round is 20% below the provincial average in this province. What they don't realize is that the people who live and work here year-round often work in precarious situations with multiple part-time jobs, seasonal work, and frankly, that the housing crisis has existed here in our region for much longer than we've been talking about at the national level. And so one of the things I guess what I love more than anything else about this BALA Legion project is that it is a significant increase in the number of units that will be accessible to people in and around the BALA community. But it also has this double impact of rebuilding a center of the community. You think about the BALA Legion. I mean, it is like literally the heart of the community. Everything that goes on seems to go on there. And so, in part because of my long conversations and interaction with certainly with Dennis Mills, the president of the Legion, and a couple of examples where this kind of project has happened already. There's a great example in Sault Ste. Marie where they've done something like this. There's another example out in Surrey, BC. There's another great example in Calgary. But I think that this project, particularly in BALA, in a small rural community, serves as a template for something that we can be doing much broader across the country. And it's something that I've discussed with Legion Command in Ottawa. I'll be meeting soon with Provincial Command to talk a little bit more about how the federal government can partner with the Legion. Number one, to get more homes built, but number two, to literally save the Legion. So many, there are over 1,300 Legions in this country. Many of them are in small communities like BALA. I tell people, my colleagues who are members of Parliament in Toronto, for example, number one, they're shocked at how big the riding is. But I tell them, some of them don't have a Legion at all. And I say, oh, there are 13 in Parry Sound, Muskoka. And that boggles their mind. But they serve such a crucially important purpose in our communities that it's important for them to thrive. And this is an opportunity to make sure that the Legion in BALA will continue to thrive for generations to come, while also providing much needed housing and more people an opportunity to live right in the core of the community, support that community, and ensure that both support each other. And I think it's a model that could work all across the country, and Legion Command agrees, and they haven't offered too much help, but they encourage me to keep going. So I'm going to keep doing that. At any rate, I just wanted to add I know that you have responsibilities to do as well. Of course, I respect the role of your municipal planning committees and making sure that you're addressing the issues that you need to address. And so I encourage you in your deliberations, obviously, ask the tough questions. But know that as far as I'm concerned, this is a very worthy project and one that I hope you support. I think the community is very much behind it, and I want to say I support it 100%. So thank you for that. I don't know if there's time for questions, Mr. Chair, but I'm happy to take them if there are any.
We will make time for questions.
Okay.
Committee questions? Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you. And always a delight to hear from you. And thinking probably one of the last times we saw each other was sitting in the Legion when the project was being discussed within the community. And there's a lot of excitement. I remember hearing a bit about the model up in Sault Ste. Marie at that time. And that sparks a lot of interest and curiosity. And I think, I can't speak for everybody. I've got to think that everybody would be excited to add housing and talk to the things that you talked about. I'm curious because of the way that you've been approaching this. It seems, I'm just curious from a federal standpoint, given that this is a national crisis, what kind of funding programs would be in place for these types of initiatives for private developers? I'm recognizing this is not large scale. You acknowledge that this is not downtown Toronto. And if this is a model that is being contemplated, what kind of funding streams would be available for the different stages of such program? And we've talked about not only the federal, but also the Legion itself. This is an interesting model. So yeah, I guess that would be my first question.
Yeah, and it's a great question. Thank you for it. At the risk of sounding partisan, it's tough to know exactly what funding is available, in part because the federal government is in the process of making fairly significant changes to the agencies that address the housing crisis, that address housing generally. So, of course, we're all familiar with the CMHC, the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. In fact, the very first federal housing agency, initially called the Central Mortgage and Housing Corporation after the Second World War, which mobilized and solved the housing crisis in about 10 years. And we're all very familiar with how that happened and the houses that still exist as a result. There's also another agency called the Canada Lands Corporation. It was created after CN Rail was privatized in the Mulroney era, and they created this thing to keep some of the assets of that corporation public, like the CN Tower, the Downsview lands, the Port of Montreal. They've evolved into a land developer of federal lands. They're pretty good at it. But now the federal government has created something called Build Canada Homes. Build Canada Homes focus will be on non-market housing. They have taken over any legacy programs from CMHC that they will now offer and deliver in their own format. But there's a remarkable lack of clarity around what specifically Build Canada Homes will do beyond a focus on non-market housing. That's a lot. I was being critical of the minister just the other day in the House of Commons for not having any targets for how many non-market houses we need to build in this country. And so the government argues that gives it flexibility to be creative and create partnerships without too much limitation. I don't disagree with that. I have some concerns around it. And so I think in the context of this, I don't really know what specific program we will go after. I've certainly facilitated meetings with the Legion and Build Canada Homes. I've chatted with the CMHC about this. The president and I met and talked about this project plus the broader idea of doing this in other areas. And so I don't know exactly what program there will be, but this much I can assure you, I will be the loudest, most vocal advocate for making sure that it has the federal support that it requires, and make sure that we get the project done.
Councillor Mazur,
Yeah, just
supplementary.
thank you. Just a quick supplementary. Having sat around this table now for 8 years and understanding, the planning process can be cumbersome.
Mm-hmm. One of the challenges we have across the country, actually.
And part to the, but there's a reason for it.
Yeah.
I don't need to tell you,
Right.
And I've learned that the hard way, many times sitting around this table. Is there any in these funding streams, the possibility to support smaller developers like this in these types of communities because they don't have the pockets in that planning process? And I could see that being a huge barrier.
Yeah.
You talked and you're writing our loan 13 of these initiatives. Well, I've got to think that, starting from ground one, you're trying to, is there an opportunity? Because I think I hear a lot that the funding kicks in once there's like shovel ready thing, but that's a huge barrier, I would imagine.
1,000,000%. You're absolutely correct. And thank you for raising that. In fact, it's one of the issues that we're looking to address as part of this broader idea that we're working on. And I had a great conversation with the CMHC about this and how oftentimes what we call those soft costs, the process of, designing concept, planning approvals, engineering studies that might be required. It probably needs about $100,000, especially in some of these smaller communities. It would need more in larger centers, but legions don't have that kind of cash just laying around. They're not supposed to. And so we would need some kind of a program whereby those funds are available to legions who, whose property, whose location, whose situation meets a certain criteria where it makes sense to maybe consider a redevelopment. BALA is just a classic example that has all this land. It's right in the middle of town. Services are there, and so that's one of the issues that we have, and one of the issues we need to address. And the CMHC provided some suggestions for how, as one example, the United Church was able to create its own development corporation. It's a really interesting model whereby they were looking at church properties that could be redeveloped with housing and a brand new church. There are lots of examples of this across the country as well. But they actually got assistance to create this entity that was able to focus on the development and also leverage lands to help with the soft costs and do all kinds of things. But it was a support for individual churches that didn't have the resources on their own. And so I'm just digging into the analysis of something like that. The CMHC has offered to assist me with that, which is lovely. I mean, that's great of them to do that. That's part of their role. And so, you know, we're looking for creative ideas that we can present to provincial command for tools that we could work on creating together to assist legions to do this kind of stuff. Because, you know, when you think about the BALA project, I mean, like, it's improbable what they're trying to do. What they've done so far is improbable. Without the force and the tenacity of their president, who I think we all know is a fairly tenacious individual, and the entire membership. I mean, this is a membership driven thing, and as you all know, things don't happen unless people are committed to it. And this is a committed group that have made it happen despite the fact they don't have a pool of resources to do these things.
Okay, thank you.
Committee, one more question, Councillor Zavis?
Thank you, and
Two
through
more.
you, through you. Thanks for being here, Scott, and certainly take your words to heart. You know, harken back to the beginning of your presentation where you talked about being around this table, Huntsville, and where you cut your teeth, if you will, at age 21, and here you are now, and you're over 21. And I think it's amazing that you're here in support and of this particular project. Naturally, you would be, given your role in this world relating to the federal aspects of housing. My question to you, sir, would be, with your vast experience as different roles within council and planning committee, where we all sit now here today, can you reflect on the boldness of what this council, this planning committee needs to perhaps is in front of us today and what we need to contemplate? I mean, is that a fair question of you?
Yeah, it's a tough question, but it's an incredibly fair question. I think it's absolutely correct to ask that question because I know the job that you all have. It is tough. It is tough because this committee, more than anything, is balancing the interests of neighbors. That's not easy, but that's a big part of the job. And so you know your job is to review the professional analysis of your highly trained staff that have done the planning analysis. And will present you with things that you need to consider so that you can be sure it conforms not just with your bylaws and your official plan, but with the district's official plan, with the provincial planning statement. There's a lot of things to consider in terms of the planning context, but then there's also the things you need to consider in terms of neighbors. And then all of that in the context of what we're facing, the desperate need for more homes. And so you need to weigh all of that. It's not an easy job. I would never suggest it is. But I think too that, you know, part of what we've done, and this is a more broad comment about our planning process in general. I know it very, 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 very well. And what I would argue is that we don't do enough planning and we do more processing than we should. And so and that's a conversation for another day that we can get into. I would love to have that conversation with you. But we have allowed our systems to evolve over decades to become much slow and much more expensive and more plodding in many ways. I've given speeches in the House of Commons about how the CMHC, the Central Mortgage and Housing Corporation, literally built communities, and they did it super fast. And they literally solved a crisis that was demonstrably not as bad as it is today. They did it in 10 years. They literally solved the housing crisis. And we, in many ways, established the middle class in this country right after the Second World War, using the concept of home ownership as a way to do that. And we've gradually made that process so exponentially more expensive and slower and difficult. And that's no individual party, it's no individual generation, it's what we have done. And I think it's important for us as a society to take a step back and look at what we've done. But look at how we have allowed our systems and created them in a way that makes every decision we make difficult. And look at ways we can improve upon that. So you have a tough job, and I appreciate the role you are taking, but I also appreciate that you all understand the importance of things like this to your community, and that ultimately we're serving everybody, and the needs that exist are real. And I think that in many ways this just represents a way to address a lot of problems all at the same time.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts, I believe you have a question.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, and welcome. And I'm really encouraged that you're here and helping pull your influence behind this needed project. In reading the application that is for us in a few minutes, my concern was the fire services and the costs associated to beef up the fire services to be able to respond to any emergency in an establishment this big. I'm wondering if I could ask if your office could look into the federal grants that could help this project in the area of fire services, because that to our community is going to be a significant increase if we have to buy, for example, a ladder truck.
Okay.
So if you look and say, are there grants that we could investigate and follow up on, that'd be much appreciated. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'll commit to assist with that. I will look into it. I don't know what is available. As you can imagine, the federal government is a labyrinth, and but I'll do my digging, I promise.
Committee, do we have any other questions for the member? Member Aitchison, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, thank you so much. And I wish you all the best in your deliberations, and thanks for having me. And I apologize that I have to leave right now. I would love to have heard the report, but I have to get going. So thank you very much.
Right.
All the best to you. Thank you.
All right. So first up is Ms. Crowder to give us the staff report on the BALA Legion application.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth, and good morning, members of Planning Committee. The first applications to be heard today are concurrent zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2226 and official plan amendment application OPA 67 in the name of the Royal Canadian Legion. The subject lands are known municipally as 1011 Maple Avenue. Next slide, please. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 54 of the agenda package. The subject lands currently contain a one-story building which houses the branch 424 of the Royal Canadian Legion. The proposal seeks to redevelop the property to result in a four-story mixed-use building with a partially underground parking facility. A portion of the first story is proposed to include the Legion facilities, which include the ceremony hall, restaurant, bar, office, etc., and a medical clinic. The remainder of the first story and the upper three stories are proposed to include 128 residential units, ranging in size and including both 1 and 2 bedroom units. Next slide, please. The subject lands are currently located within the Urban Center institutional designation of the Township's 2023 official plan. Official plan amendment application OPA 67 has been submitted to redesignate the lands from Urban Center institutional to Urban Center urban residential. The purpose and effect of this redesignation is to reflect the high density of the proposed development. Next slide, please. In addition to the proposed redesignation, OPA 67 seeks to amend section I2321H of the Township's 2023 official plan, being the maximum height permitted for development. The official plan states that new mid-rise development that has a maximum height of 4 stories and 14 meters, which equates to 45.9 feet, may be permitted provided a number of criteria are met. The applicant seeks to amend this policy to permit up to 22 meters of height, which equates to 72.2 feet. OPA 67 also seeks to amend section I4123E of the Township's 2023 official plan, being the high-density residential development allowance. The official plan states that high-density residential development shall not exceed 70 units per gross hectare. The applicant seeks to amend this policy to permit 170 units per gross hectare. This table can be found in the circulation materials and within the staff report. Next slide, please. The purpose and effect of the submitted zoning bylaw amendment application is to rezone the subject lands from institutional holding to community residential, multiple residential, high-density sewer and water holding, RM2-H, to permit a number of exemptions related to permitted uses, height, density, lot coverage, parking requirements, and other site-specific provisions, as well as to repeal the existing site-specific bylaw, which is known as Bylaw 2017-104. Next slide, please. More specifically, the proposal requires relief from the following. Minimum number of parking spaces. The required number of parking spaces is 262, and the proposed is 56. The minimum number of barrier-free parking spaces. The required is 11, and the proposed is 5. The maximum lot coverage. The permitted is 35%, the proposed is 45%. Maximum building height, the permitted is 35 feet, the proposed is 72.2 feet. The maximum number of stories for an apartment dwelling. There is not a restriction in the zoning bylaw, and they are proposing to restrict it to 4 stories. The minimum required landscaped area, required is 35%, proposed is 25%. The density of development, permitted is 60 units per hectare, proposed is 170 units per hectare. And lastly, to repeal site-specific bylaw 2017-104, being a bylaw which permitted a retirement home. In addition to the items listed in this table, which is available in the circulation materials and the staff report, the proposal seeks to limit the permitted uses on site to a residential apartment dwelling, a service club, and a medical clinic. Next slide, please. A number of technical studies have been submitted in support of the applications, including a functional servicing report, a geotechnical investigation report, a parking justification report, a planning justification report, and a traffic impact brief. The Township's Operational Services Department has done an internal review of the submitted studies and have requested that a number of updates be made. Once these updates are made, the Township is requesting that the functional servicing report and traffic impact brief be peer-reviewed. Next slide, please. The Community Improvement Plan identifies 2 locations as possibilities for long-term intensification in BALA, one of which is the BALA Legion. The subject lands are noted as a possible site for infill and redevelopment to accommodate additional housing, including affordable housing. Urban design guidelines are included within the CIP, which provides design guidance for infill and intensification in BALA. The design objective for new development is primarily to maintain and reinforce the small town and human-scaled character of the area. General guidelines within the CIP speak to height, massing, street wall facades, shopfront signage, awnings, canopies, and lighting, access, loading, and parking. Staff have done a review of the proposal against the CIP and note that the proposal generally aligns with the objectives set out. A couple of items that committee may wish to consider include the area labeled as Area A on the screen is noted as an area to be preserved for events. The proposal seeks to reduce the setback of the building from approximately 41 feet to 25 feet, which will reduce this area. Second is main vehicular access is to be from Mill Street, whereas the proposal shows access for the Legion to be from Maple Avenue. And third, details such as landscaping will be worked out at the site plan control stage, but the request for relief from lot coverage, parking, and landscaped area should be considered in these details. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 21 days in advance of this meeting, and 18 comments have been received today. Comments were received from the Development Services Division stating no objection to the applications. It was noted that, as per the Ontario Building Code, or OBC, this will be considered a 5-story building with a mechanical penthouse. Also, it was noted that while fully compliant building code plans are not available yet, the Chief Building Official has emphasized that fire access routes, spatial separation, and setbacks from property lines are items that the applicant should consider in advance of building permit application. These comments also identify a lack of parking and inconsistencies with tables on the provided drawings. Comments were received from the Township's Operational Services Department recommending that the traffic impact study and stormwater management components of the functional servicing report be peer-reviewed to verify that there are no concerns from an operational services perspective. Operational Services further recommends that changes be made to the submitted stormwater management plan. to address matters including, but not limited to, external drainage areas, downstream infrastructure, storage information, etc. Further commercial entrance permits will be required to be obtained, and Operational Services notes that the proposed entrance onto Mill Street appears to utilize a portion of unopened road allowance to traverse the street. Further discussions on the use of the road allowance may be required. Comments were received from the Township's Legislative Services Department, stating that staff have concerns with the usage of township lands to accommodate parking for this proposal. Staff note that the township lot is currently used for parking for the township's BALA Community Center and BALA Arena that is located across the road. Comments were received from the Township's Emergency Services Department, stating that based on the information currently available, they have no objections to the application, subject to compliance with the current Ontario Building Code, Ontario Fire Code, National Fire Protection Association standards, municipal requirements, and conditions that may arise through detailed design and building permit review. Comments were received from the District Municipality of Muskoka, stating no objection to the applications. 13 letters of support and 1 letter of opposition have been received. 9 of the letters of support were received with enough time to be forwarded to committee. However, 4 of the letters of support and the letter of opposition were received after circulation to committee. Next slide, please. The Township's official plan and community improvement plan support a lot of the foundational elements of this proposal, such as the use and location. And staff would like to note our support for residential intensification and additional housing on site. However, the scale, height, and parking arrangements proposed have not been demonstrated to be appropriate, and therefore staff cannot support the applications in their current form. Staff would prefer that the applications be amended to propose a more reasonable height and density and a parking supply which could support the proposal. Next slide, please. Staff have had and currently have applications seeking to build at higher intensity and density than contemplated through the recently approved official plan. Approval of these applications as proposed have the potential to establish precedents for development moving forward, both at this council and the OLT. Staff is of the opinion that additional developments of this scale in the urban centers runs the risk of considerably changing their character, and that doing so would run counter to the current direction of the official plan. Per section N3A of the Township's 2023 official plan, in considering applications to amend the Township's zoning bylaw, Council shall consider, among others, impacts of decisions on future development in the Township, in terms of setting a negative precedent. Next slide, please. Staff received details regarding a revised proposal for these applications yesterday, which, as I understand, the applicant's agent is going to detail for you today. It is staff's opinion that the revised proposal needs to be carefully considered, and given the timing of this submission, staff have been unable to do a proper analysis before today's meeting. Therefore, staff's recommendation to defer the applications remains the same. More specifically, staff recommend that a decision on official plan amendment application OPA 67 and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2226, both in the name of Royal Canadian Legion, be deferred so that public and agency comments can be received, and that staff be directed to undertake a review and analysis of the submissions, and that as part of the deferral, a revised proposal is received which demonstrates a reduction in height and density and provides a satisfactory parking solution before approval can be considered. Staff have prepared an alternative recommendation should committee wish to render a decision today, which is detailed on pages 31 to 32 of the staff report. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to assist committee with any questions they may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crowder. I believe the applicant's agent is Mr. Hunter. And if he is in the room, good morning, Mr. Hunter, and welcome. I believe this is your first time in front of this committee. So I welcome you. We ask you start with your name and address, and we give you 5 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is James Hunter of Morgan Planning and Development. My current address is actually in Barrie, Ontario. My family is from Muskoka, and it is 142 Athabasca Road, Barrie, Ontario. So I'd like to thank everyone for being here this morning. Again, my name is James Hunter. So I'm the planner and project manager on behalf of the clients and the Royal Canadian Legion. We're here today considering official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications for the BALA Legion. Next slide, please. So given the great presentation by Ms. Crowder there, and then I'd also like to thank MP Scott Aitchison. I'll touch on the key points of the development throughout our slides, and I'll skip over some information that's already been repeated. So again, I think everyone's pretty familiar with the site. Right now, it is the home to the BALA Legion and municipally known as 1011 Maple Avenue. The site is primarily cleared on the southern portion or the rear portion of the property, and the Legion is facing the front, which is Maple Avenue. The site has an area of 0.77 hectares and approximately 47 meters of frontage along Maple Avenue. Next slide, please. So to provide a locational context, again, we are within the location of the community of BALA. To note, the BALA Arena is just adjacent to the north of our property. To the east of our property, we have a mix of commercial, institutional, and recreational functions. To the south is primarily waterfront residential. And then to the west is a primarily also residential and community use area. Next slide. It's quite vital to recognize the historical importance of this site, as they have, as Ms. Crowder and Scott Aitchison touched upon. This is home to the Royal Canadian Legion, which is branch 424. So the Royal Canadian Legion is Canada's largest veteran support and community service organization dedicated to supporting veterans, promoting remembrance, and serving local communities. So the historical importance is following World War. Back in 1925, the Legion ultimately was assembled, and the branch 424 in BALA dates back to 1945 when local veterans met shortly after the Second World War to establish a local branch, and it officially received charter in May of 1946. So the Legion has been there serving our community for over 80 years. Next slide, please. An important part of this development is the history of approvals on this property. So back in 2017, bylaw ZBA 4217 was approved by the Township of Muskoka Lakes and Committee. This did approve a 3- and 4-story retirement home, which was attached at that time to the existing Royal Canadian Legion. So with that proposal, the Legion was being maintained and the rear portion of the property was being developed for the retirement community. Within that, there was 128 units, a medical clinic space, the Legion facilities being retained, and residential amenities. So with that application, the lands were rezoned from institutional to an institutional hold. And with that, there was also site-specific permissions, including maximum lot coverage, reduced interior side yard setbacks, and that was for a parking structure 8 feet, as well as a maximum building height of 55 feet or 4 stories. As well as there was a holding provision essentially to deal with detailed design and review of that application. And really the importance of this is that our current application builds upon that previously approved development framework. Next slide. So to provide an overview of the proposed development, on the slide here, you can see the site plan and a conceptual rendering. So to support our development, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendments are required. The important part of this application, as I noted, is the integration of a rental apartment building with community servicing needs, which includes the Royal Canadian Legion at grade. The development of the site is a compact, efficient built form compatible with the surrounding area and optimized use of underutilized lands within the BALA settlement area. And we do have a modernized Legion facility, which is the conceptual rendering you see there, which is replacing the existing building that will be integrated into our site. So ultimately what we have is a 4-story mixed-use building with 128 residential units. We have approximately 11,557 meters squared of total gross floor area, accommodating both the residential and commercial uses. And we're also offering a unit mix of 1 bedroom plus den, 2 bedroom and 2 bedroom and den options. So serving quite a variety of needs. As well, we also have barrier-free spaces within this development. So ultimately, just for council and consideration, we're looking at about 53% 1 bedroom and 47% 2 bedroom options. So lots of options for the community. Next slide. Just to further reiterate the community supportive uses. So the Royal Canadian Legion is located at the front of the property. So it is fronting Maple Avenue. We're looking at a total gross floor area of just over 10,000 square feet. So the Legion space is designed as a prominent and accessible public facing use and will include Yes, thank you. Sorry. I appreciate that. So I'll just highlight very quickly here. It's hard to see the red use there that is outlined. That is the medical clinic, and the blue is outlined the overall land holdings of the commercial and Legion. Next slide, please. I'll skip this one because I think it's really straightforward. The next one, we'll skip. Sorry. Yep, that works. Other considerations. 2 more slides I'd like to cover. So to highlight our development, we are seeking a purpose-built rental unit, target of 33% affordable housing units. That is through the CMHC and Build Canada Homes program. And then as noted, we are 20% barrier-free. There's a number of reports that have been prepared, which I'll cover in more detail. And then ultimately, just so committee and the public are clear, we're considering official plan amendment and zoning and bylaw amendment applications. That's for the planning framework. So this development still has to go through site plan control and building permit for details. Next slide. I'll skip these 2 next slides, please. So again, with our OPA and ZBA applications, there's a number of supporting technical documents. In short, these were all included with our April application and have been under review with the township and the district. Next slide. The next 2 slides I'd like to focus on very briefly. So following consideration of comments received and discussions with staff, the proposal has been revised to address these comments and opportunities identified through the review process. So I do have to respect that this was resubmitted to staff on Tuesday, but I'd like to highlight for committee's consideration that there's 2 key revisions, including parking and overall design. So we have incorporated now on site 120 parking spaces as opposed to the original 56 proposal, and an additional 20 spaces have been secured on additional lands. So we have 140 spaces now provided for the site, and we are also exploring opportunities for potential of 117 spaces through town-owned lands. As well, to address fire concerns and overall site design, we have lowered the building height by approximately 1 meter. Also, I'd like to highlight that the Legion has successfully relied on shared parking off-site throughout the last 80 years. And I will focus on the last slide as with the next slide as my final slide. The comparison, that's perfect. Thank you. So this is really, I guess, the nutshell of our presentation. So what we're looking at here on the left in the green is the 2017 approval that was granted. On the right in the blue is our current revised proposal. So the original use was the institutional retirement home, and what we're proposing now is the rental housing development with the Legion. So the use is a change. The number of units that was originally approved was 128. We've maintained that at 128 units. The original approval had a 3- and 4-story retirement home. Our revised proposal has a 4-story retirement home, so maintaining the maximum height. The 2017 approval was for a 55 feet building. The original proposal was at 78. Our original application came in at 22 meters, and that has been revised now to a 21 meter building height. But we need to make it clear that it is 16 meters or 52.5 feet plus the mechanical penthouse. So our mechanical penthouse has been located interior to the roof. So this building from the street is a 16.5 meter view, which maintains the 4-story in height. Again, the original approval was 16.8, so we're actually 0.8 meters less than original approval. And our GFA is lower than the original approval. Same with our lot coverage. With the parking improvements now, we're at 1.09 spaces per unit, as opposed to the original 0.44 spaces per unit. Again, that's a dedicated of 140 parking spaces with a potential for 257. And as well, a key thing is our density approved and proposed is 166 or 128 units. So really, we believe that our proposal represents a functional, viable, and reasonable proposal aligned with the previous approval. So I will conclude it with that. I would like to thank committee for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions directed my way.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hunter. Now is the public portion of this application. And so anybody wishing to speak in support of this application, whether online or in the chamber, please identify yourself and you'd be welcome to come up and speak in support. Do we have any online wishing to speak in support? We have a gentleman here. The icebreaker man.
Hi, my name's Douglas Savory. I live at 1020 River Street in BALA. First, I'd like to say to everybody, well, good morning, but first I'd like to say I am actually in favor of this project with one exception. The laneway which runs from Mill Street to the rear of the Legion property, which is between my backyard and Muskoka lumber, in the plan, the laneway is being designated as a main entrance to the back of the building. When the planning committee went through this thing, I can't remember the year, but we suggested to them that this piece of property, this laneway that runs in behind, which is the access to my house, be just be an emergency entrance only. And the planning department kind of agreed with us on that one. The main entrances and exits to the property were to be off of Maple Street. I believe myself that the laneway is not suitable to be an entrance to the property. Oh. Because of where the laneway terminates, there's a heavy traffic on Mill Street. There's a heavy traffic load from the grocery store and Muskoka lumber. Often Mill Street is reduced to one lane due to offloading of the trucks to both the lumber store and the grocery store. It has no lighting, it has no sidewalks, it has no snow removal, and presently no maintenance except when I take my backhoe out there and grade it. On the other hand, Maple Street has lighting, sidewalks, and is a much wider street. My property also fronts on the Moon River boat launch, making it a very busy spot in the summer. Since the previous planning committee kind of agreed to making this an emergency entrance only, my wife and I have spent an awful lot of time and effort developing our backyard so we can be away from all of this thing, the hustle and bustle of the boat launch in the summer. We asked the council not to allow this laneway to become a highway. And that's all I have to say.
Well, thank you very much.
Any questions?
We'll have questions later. Is there anybody else wishing to speak either in favor of this application? Yep.
Good morning. My name is Don McCullough, and some of you are a little familiar with me.
Could we have your address?
I was 1523 Moon River Road in BALA.
Thank you.
One or two of you are familiar to me. The gentleman in the lovely light blue sweater there through Curly. And I should also convey to you that if I'm a little familiar to one or two of you, it's because I was here a decade ago to make a conveyance about the very subject we're dealing with today. I now want to convey that about 10 years ago, I had the pleasure of having lunch with President Dennis Mills. And I said to Mr. Mills, there's a tsunami coming our way. Do you know what it is, Mr. Mills? And he said, no, I don't. I said, it's called seniors. And it is upon us now in no uncertain terms. And respectfully, our federal government has not been aware enough to address this. And it's getting to the point where I describe it as close to being a crisis. And the one thing I ask of this committee, there are three things I would ask for you to do. This would be, our Legion would be hopefully a template for the other legions across Canada. And the three things I would ask of this committee is don't delay, don't delay, and don't delay. Time is running away. I'll be 90 in January. And there are a few others around my age that are anxious and looking forward to hopefully spending our last years in this residence. And I would ask for your indulgence, and I'll yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Do we have anybody else in the chamber who would like to speak?
Hello.
Morning and welcome. Your
My
name
name
and
is
address,
Randy Brown.
and you have 5 minutes.
I'll take less. 1009 Strong Point Road in BALA. And I apologize for not fully understanding the process. So I'm speaking, and what I'm speaking of is a letter that I probably should have submitted before now. but I will do so at the end of this. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my lovely wife, Henny, and we are both members of the Royal Canadian Legion BALA Branch 424. So we're writing, I'm going to read what it's here so it doesn't sound almost like a speaking voice. We are writing in support of the BALA Legion development at 1011 Maple Avenue in BALA. Canada is suffering from a housing shortage. Ontario is suffering. The district is suffering, and so is the township of Muskoka Lakes. Normally, we would rely on one or more of our many governments to address such an issue and provide an opportunity for growth and development. In this case, a collaboration of private entities led by the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 424 is presenting a very viable opportunity to help and address and alleviate the situation of the housing shortage in our area. We believe that this opportunity should be taken very seriously based on the merits of the proposal that has been presented to this date, and I should breathe and slow down. Our understanding is the project requires the approval of the township of Muskoka Lakes, and there are some zoning amendments that are necessary, and we'd like you to consider approving those in this instance. BALA has been hit hard recently with the loss of the TD Bank, for example, and the beer store. The butchery sits empty. Plaza at the south end of town near Pengilly's sits empty. It's stalled during renovations. The proposal here can add 150 to 200 people to our community permanently. While this won't reverse those specific losses, it can help stop a deeply harmful trend of losing even more businesses and/or institutions in BALA. It can help stabilize the current businesses that still exist and provide a springboard for expansion. Year-round long-term residents can provide our community with opportunities for growth. And that growth can result in increased employment and in some cases year-round employment, something that BALA needs moving forward. Overall, I believe this specific project can provide significant wages to local contractors during the construction. And I believe that the population increase is significant enough to help existing businesses to continue, survive, and even increase employment in our region. Our lakes and rivers where most cottages are built aren't getting any larger. There's no more space there. And single dwelling cottages on the highways do not help solve our housing crisis. Building a single dwelling home is wonderful, but we need something more substantial like this particular project. It's time for the township of Muskoka Lakes to seriously consider this high-density project during our existing infrastructure to help aid in our housing crisis. It has been proven successful in many neighboring communities, and I think you've been shown examples of different places in Calgary and whatnot before. This is a project where the Legion in and of itself, the building needs a full overhaul. And this obviously would accomplish that while providing housing as well. So this, in my situation or my belief, is a win-win opportunity. I thank you for taking the time to consider my and Henny's position. We truly believe that this proposal is for the greater good of BALA, the township of Muskoka Lakes, and can represent a wonderful blueprint for other communities moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mills. Welcome, Mr. Mills.
Thank you. Chair.
If you could tell us your
Dennis,
address. Yep.
1058-76 Whitings Road, Torrance, Ontario.
Very good. You've got 5 minutes, Mr. Mills.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank Scott Aitchison, our Member of Parliament, Shadow Cabinet Minister for Housing. I'd like to thank His Worship the Mayor and all the Council for putting us on the agenda today. This has been a 9-year journey for me. And it all started when I became part of the union or the Legion executive 10 years ago. And we had 31 members and $2,900 in the bank. Our Legion was very, very close to having locks on the door. But our then president, Royce Jarrick, said, let's be creative, let's go out and rally. And we did. And we rallied by bringing in bands, opening the doors, welcoming everybody, families, children, not just veterans. And the veterans that we had welcomed everybody. We've supported every community event in the last 10 years that I know of. We get behind the Cranberry Festival, do whatever they want us to do, and we support them. But the most important thing you need to realize is that the Legion cannot sustain itself in its current model, in its current format. The Legion nets $5 on a membership fee per year. It costs us $5,000 a month for light, heat, water, and keeping the place sort of decent, not great, but decent. So we looked at a model. Comrade Healy, who's been here, who's our longest serving member, went out to Vancouver and saw a model out there where the local mayor got together with the Legion president and they built 100 homes. And before the project was finished, there was a waiting list for another 100. And that Victoria Legion Manor now has 300 people living on its site, and they've got hairdressers and a little shop for groceries and things that just blossomed. We also took a look at the Sault Ste. Marie Legion. They have a partnership with a developer, and they get a monthly royalty from the rental, which sustains the Legion. And I want to emphasize that this is not a for-profit operation. This is a not-for-profit operation. And I want to emphasize that we cannot make an application for government funding until we get the approval of this council. And I want to pick up something that our honorable member Scott Aitchison said. Legions do not have the money to cover these soft costs. I'll be straight with you. I've been begging for money. We've had professionals work on good faith for half of what their basic fee would normally be. And unless we get this project going, I don't know how much longer we can sustain ourselves. And I'm not talking the Legion, but the drive to get this done. We all know there's a need. And so I totally respect the work of your planning department, the professionals there. And we showed that respect by bringing in Carlo Tozzi, one of the best builders in all of Canada. And he came up with a solution this week where we're going to do some blasting at the back. So we've lowered the height difficulty and we've doubled the parking. And so based on those two items, I hope this council will realize that and give us the approval. And I thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mills. Is there anybody, okay. Anybody else in the chamber? And then I know we have a couple online, right?
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak here today. My name is Lou Gallucci. I'm the chair of the building committee for the BALA Legion. I started on this project in December of 2024. And, address, 26 Deborah Court in Stouffville, Ontario. This project always excited me because of all of the policy areas it hits: affordable housing, the revival of a Legion Hall, and what it means to a local community. But so many people across this country are watching what happens here in BALA today and in its future. It's important for all Legions across Ontario who specifically want to look at doing the same type of thing we've been proposing and Dennis has been proposing for the past 9 years. So we've received a lot of national attention, provincial attention, local attention, obviously. And so this is very much in keeping with where we are in Canada today in terms of looking for affordable housing solutions. When we started this, we started with CMHC, the affordable housing sector there. In December of this past year, they switched over to Build Canada Homes. We had great discussions with CMHC. They were very much promoting our file and looking at financing 95% of it. But we had to switch over. With Build Canada Homes, I think everybody should understand that there's going to be a lot of competition for projects across Ontario and Canada. We're going to be fighting for those dollars. And as Dennis had just said, we have to be at a point where we're shovel ready. Any further delays will jeopardize that funding and I think set the project back substantially, or potentially we won't be able to get it off the ground. That would be a travesty. The effects in the local community, you've heard from local members here who are supporting this project. It means demolishing a 70-year-old school that's on the structure and putting up a beautiful building, in my opinion, a new Legion Hall, which will be servicing the entire community. We've got tremendous, again, interest from residents to be on the tenants list to get an apartment in this unit. We are coordinating everything with the district. We've talked to them. One of the things we've done, we've consulted with planning here, with the township, with the district on a very regular basis. We kept everybody updated all the time on our developments and where we are and the challenges we're having with the district. The district had asked us if we'd be part of their portfolio of projects that they want to put forward to Build Canada Homes. It's critical to also understand that BCH, Build Canada Homes, prefers to have a portfolio approach to financing. This will help, helping BALA will help the district with other projects that they want to launch in terms of affordable housing that are behind schedule. They're not, pardon me, behind schedule. They're in their infancy. And so that would affect also the portfolio. So obviously I'm here to say, please consider moving forward with this today in a favorable way because timing is of the essence. Thank you very much.
And thank you. I think we have some others in the chamber.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jack Ellis, and I live at 1020 Maple Avenue, diagonally across the street from proposed site and beside the parking lot that the township operates. I do not disagree with the idea of the housing everything. My only concerns are the scale of the project. The parking is not sufficient for the proposed building. We live on the street. We see the busyness between hockey tournaments, ringette tournaments, community events. There's already a spillover of parking onto Maple Avenue and other areas into the town. So I don't see how 81 parking spots can be facilitated for this building. 2, the parking comparisons in your report were done off of different cities in the area. Aurelia, Lindsay, Peterborough, Barry, Mississauga was in there also. How are these comparable to BALA? The scale, the size doesn't work out. And 3, our other concern, is with the build. My understanding is that the Legion will recoup some money off the build. Most of the other money will go to the developer, who is not from the area. I also picked up in meetings at the Legion that most of the contractors, everything for it, will be from out of town because you need the experience and the resume. So how is the funding that will be promoted by this go back into the Muskoka area? Just a few considerations. I don't disagree that we do need housing. We do need some things, but is this the proper scale of project for where it's proposed? Thank you for your time, everybody.
And thank you very much. Before we go to the online people who would wish to speak, is there anybody else in the chamber who would like to speak? You can change your mind. I won't shut it down until we're finished. All right. So if you could bring the first person that's online, I think we are there 2 or 3 maybe. All right. Good morning. Well, we can't hear you yet.
Apologies.
Very
My
good.
name, my name is Sandra Ford, and I live at 1630 Muskoka Road 38, unit number 13, locally known as Ragged Rapids Road. I appreciate the opportunity of the chair, and I appreciate the opportunity from the councilors to speak and be part of this meeting. We are excited and in favor of the proposed development. My query is more related to the BALA Cranberry Festival, which I am a director of. And Dennis did reference that we have been partners before, and we work jointly together for the Cranberry Festival in many capacities. My concern is related to the parking. As many of you probably have attended the festival, you realize that the Cranberry Festival does take up Maple Street, Victoria Street, and what I refer to as the parking lot at Victoria Street as well for all of our vendors. And my concern would be that if those parking areas are being utilized for the Legion, how that would impact us on festival weekend. That is our larger footprint for the festival, and we just would like to retain that for consideration going forward.
Thank you very much. Could we bring the next person online in? Thank you very much, Ms. Ford. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Greg Knight. My address is 1006 Clear Lake Road in Toronto, OC1M0. Thank you, everybody, thank you, Dennis, for your tenacity in bringing this forward, and that the team, and frankly, the whole community. This is an absolutely project. I don't think that there is a lot of question about that. There has never been a more to develop real estate in Canada as I think there is right now. It is just a very challenging time. And so that's why, we see the issues that we're facing. There's just a myriad of things that groups like this have to go through in order to get something developed. And so, when an application comes to a committee like this, I think you can use the tools that are available to you to help things along. Certainly, there are a myriad of details that need to get worked out. That's the role of, I think, the holding symbol in this zoning application. Committee will recall we had a very similar discussion. Sorry, I'm not feeling very well this morning. We had a very similar discussion with the BALA project and utilizing the hold symbol in order to facilitate that project. Developers need certainty, bankers need certainty, government agencies need certainty, build certainty, and that's what that holding provision provides. And so that's what I see this step is today. It's providing some high level support and certainty for this organization so that they can continue to move this needle forward. Scotty mentioned a cost of $100,000 or something on soft costs in order to, project to a shovel ready basis. I can't imagine that number is that low. It's very, very difficult to move these things along. And I implore this committee and council to use the tools that it has available to it today in order to assist and rolling.
Thank you very much, Mr. Knight. Do we have anybody else online? And one last chance for anybody in the chamber that would wish to speak on this very important item. Very well. Committee, I think it's appropriate, seeing as we've already had a couple of people leave for might be a nature break. I think we'll take a nature break now and come back at 25 after. So it's 15 minutes.
Love to be talking with
Committee, if everybody could sit down and committee, there was some suggestion that there's one more person in the chamber who would like to speak, and so we will do that. Come up.
Still on here?
You have to check it, tap it.
On now?
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
My name is Rick Flanagan. I live at 1069 East Black Lake Road in Torrance. I've been involved in this project now for over a year, working with Dennis, and a lot of it had to do with trying to build up community support to make sure that we had everybody on board with the whole project and the idea of what it was all about. One of the things we did initially was we looked at the idea of CMHC. We know with CMHC that you have to get some kind of community support that says this project is worthy of us looking at financing you. Part of that requirement was they asked us to put together 100 deposit checks of $100 for people in the community that said, yes, we love this, we want to do this, and we'd like to support it from the standpoint of we would be residents. That was my job. My job was to try to get those checks put together to show that CMHC, we had the support. We did that in 3 months. We got 100, and now we have 118 checks in the bank of people that want to move in. And I think it's really important to understand that it's not just the people standing here and people saying how much we really like the project. I get emotional about it, sorry. But I think it's important to understand that 118 people have said, we're ready to go in. I think if we look at bylaws, we look at understanding of why we do things to build projects, parking, height, those people don't care. They just want a place to live. Second of all, I want to talk about BALA. BALA is my home. BALA is suffering big time. We've lost the bank. We've lost the beer store. Man, that's a suffer. We're losing businesses all the time. Small business is extremely important to BALA. If we look at BALA being only the Cranberry Festival, then we're missing the point. And I think it's really, really important for us to understand that BALA needs 128 residents to show up and come to this project. We need to build up BALA again as a sustainable town. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Just one more ask, if there's anybody in the chamber who would like to speak, and if there's anybody online. Seeing none, before we go to questions to committee, I just wanted to give Mr. Hunter a chance to address the issue that was brought up with respect to the type and the source of the kind of contractors they would be using on their project.
Thank you, and through the chair. So this project not only is run by and led by members of the board and members of the community, but a lot of our consultants are actually local. So you grew up in the community, in Muskoka, including myself. So this means a lot to us. There is a certain structure that needs to be required to qualify for financing through the CMHC and Canada Builds. However, we are directing that a lot of our trades and anything that we can be sourced locally to support the local economy. That's bringing jobs to the community and residents to the community. Ultimately, that does support businesses and the long-term viability of the BALA community. So it's not just the development of the site itself, but the 128 units is going to produce residents, which is going to grow the community and support those businesses that are here supporting local economy. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, committee, let's make sure we are fully informed on this case. And so let's do our questions. We can do questions of our staff, questions of the applicant, in fact, even questions of those who have spoken. So Let me open to the committee, but I want to start with Mayor Kelly, who has asked for a little time to set the stage.
Thank you very much, and through you, and welcome to everybody in the audience. I'm thrilled to see so much continued interest in this project. I think I've been at a couple of meetings with Dennis, and it constantly amazes me the rally that he can build towards what is actually an excellent idea. I quite love this project. I'm just always glad when we have somebody here watching. This is an important part of our democratic process in this country, and that is that we do things transparently. You get to watch real time. There's no backroom work going on. In fact, we're prohibited from doing that. We do our thinking out loud here in this room through questions and through comments, and by taking in input from the public. And so I'm always really happy when we get a good turnout in the audience. I want to say, and obviously I'm thrilled to see our friend Scott Aitchison here. He's been a friend for a long time. He does a marvelous job. He's well suited for bigger and better things, hopefully down the road. But I do want to mention two things. First of all, two names that jump out at me. Number one is Emily Crowder, who is the planner on behalf of the Township of Muskoka Lakes, who's been working on this file, and a newcomer to me, James Hunter, who is the planner with the Legion. I think you both did a marvelous job. I think the work that you're dealing with is complex. You're no doubt under incredible pressure for time and turnaround. You probably have tyrannical leadership, so that probably is a pressure too, but you've acquitted yourself brilliantly. I think the work that you produced is going to go a long way towards helping us reach the right decision here. One of the things about my role, in addition to being the mayor of the Township of Muskoka Lakes, I am as Scott Aitchison mentioned, I chair the District of Muskoka's Housing Task Force. So my responsibility on that task force is to work with a group of people, both staff people with the district, staff people with each of the 6 lower tier municipalities, including the Township of Muskoka Lakes, where Ms. Crowder is also on that committee, but also to work with members of the public who are appointed to that committee to work with us. So I know the struggle, and I know the challenges and the difficulties, and I know breaking old notions of what's appropriate, what would feel right, stopping NIMBYism, all of those things that get in the way of the basic human need for shelter. And that's really what we're talking about. We need to find a way in this country, which is so rich in resource, so rich, materially rich. It's almost inconceivable to me that people sleep under tarps and in tents, and they are in huge numbers. That is a complete abomination, quite frankly, and one that I'm proud to at least play some small part in trying to reverse. So that, and I'm going to also say, and we obviously cannot, as a council, work behind the scenes in any large numbers. We sometimes ask questions of each other, but I can tell you, and I can feel it in the room today, there is huge enthusiasm for this project. There is huge desire to see this thing, get done and get approved and get the ground broken and get it built. So I'm pleased to say that, and I can't speak on behalf of everyone else, and I trust everyone will have something to say about it later on, but collectively, I think we are all on the same page. We all want to get things done and get it done right. That's all wonderful news. The simple fact of the matter is it takes time. And we have had, I believe, 6 weeks with the planning, the planning submission. Thanks to Ms. Crowder and some joint work with Mr. Hunter, I know we've come a long, long way in understanding what needs to be done to get this project moving. But we still have some issues that jump out, and they are issues, really the big 3. There's some technical issues, technical studies that need to be done. I'm not going to speak to those. The 3 other issues are parking, height, and density. And parking and height and density is called out in our zoning bylaw, is entrenched in a document that we built in the same way that we're building this relationship. We build it under the public eye. We took feedback and input. We talk to each other. We talk to our consultants. We listen carefully to anybody who has a say in these things, members of our community who just wanted clarification or wanted to have their voice heard. And we built a document that we take very, very seriously. Now, we also know that both the official plan and our zoning bylaw are constantly going to be tested. They're going to be tested by people who, with all good intention, have a plan to build something or renovate something or do something that will be in violation of the way the document is drafted and the way thing is kind of ensconced in our constitution, if you will. This project has at least those three that I mentioned, and they're not small issues. If this project goes ahead as submitted, as I understand, it will be the highest, the most dense, and the most dense project in the entire township of Muskoka Lakes. Maybe it deserves to be, and maybe it will be, and maybe it should be. But we're going to make sure that we exhaust all opportunities to understand if there's a way to do it differently or better. And that, excuse me, is going to take some time. I can assure you we'll put every resource on it and we'll turn it as quickly as we can, but we do need some time. What I need to understand is how that time is granted to us. Whether it comes in the form of an approval with a hold, which is probably not an appropriate way to deal with density and height issues, because we have to be fairly prescriptive on the hold itself, or whether it comes in the form of a deferral, and we can defer for 30 days and undertake with each other to try to find a way to alleviate some of the pressure, some of the excess that's described in the planning as the application as it's currently stands. As Ed said earlier, we will work as carefully and as aggressively as we can with you to find a better answer. But to a certain degree, that decision is a decision that will largely be influenced by your needs. And that brings me to the last piece and the financing piece. And I know the financing piece is a real challenge. On the Housing Task Force, we deal with Build Canada, is that what it's called? Build Canada, we dealt with CMHC, we deal with the sort of alternate definitions of attainable and affordable housing and how that impacts our ability to take grants from the feds. And I need to understand if either of these two choices is one that impacts you differently. I think I heard, and I'm going from memory, Mr. Hunter say up to 33% of the units will be affordable. And that is per the CMHC definition of affordability, I assume. And they will all be on one floor or two floors. Is that something that can be carved out from a financing perspective to make it easier to find funding to build those? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. But these are the kinds of things that we can probably work out if we just understand it. My understanding of Build Canada and Canada Builds, you may know better than I do, excuse me, is that their financing is pretty much limited to the affordable units and that there would need to be, no? All right, well, that's a good news. I don't think Canada Builds is yet to take their first step. I don't think they've made an advance in any funding arrangement, not to my knowledge, but if we can help them write the code, we'll find a way to deal with that one as well. And I don't have a prescription for density. I don't have a prescription for height, other than what's already been acknowledged in our zoning bylaw, and which obviously at the present time doesn't suit your plans. Parking is a little bit different. There's got to be some number that is a function of the number of units times the number of vehicles that each unit would probably represent. Maybe one per unit, I don't know. They have to be on lands owned by the Legion, owned by the developer. They can't be on leased property and they can't be on township property. I have a problem with the township. I know the township parking lot's empty a bunch of the time, but it's full a bunch of the time too. So those are the kinds of questions that I would like to explore. We don't have to have a response now, and I don't frankly know how, Mr. Chair, you prefer that we go through these. I've just kind of rambled along the top, and I'm sure there's other questions around the table that would need to be answered. But
I think the next step, we'll just probably, we will follow, Mr. Mills, if you could wait, I think these subjects will come up and we will get a chance to address them.
No, love one, but
Yeah, we love one, but let's just wait through. The question will come up.
okay.
And, you know, Mr. Mayor, if you want to make that the first question, let me open to committee for questions of, as I said, the applicant, our staff, or any of the people who have presented from the public. Committee questions. Councillor Mazza, and then Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you, and I'm going to guess I might have a few throughout this, so I'm going to just start with one. I'm picking up on one of the questions that you just brought to my attention, Mayor Kelly, which is when we're using, it's probably for staff, if we're using a hold as one of the tools to be able to move something forward, are we then, I would imagine then that we would have to put some kind of a prescriptive number in place, and I'm thinking specifically about the height and the density. And then that would almost force us to go back to maybe the 55 feet that was in the 2017 approval for that height. And given our official plan, and I can't remember the numbers of what it was before, but I think we actually just changed this to the 70 units per gross hectare. I almost think if we use the holds today, we'd be almost needing to go back to those numbers as a prescriptive number. And I'm not sure if that's what we would want or not. So that's the thought I have in my head, but maybe you can help me on that.
Ms. Crowder.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Mazan. You're correct. A holding provision is quite prescriptive. So it would be very specific. And once the applicant completed what is detailed in the hold, staff and this council would be obligated to lift said hold. So you would want it to be very specific and detailed in nature. You could choose to go that route and put in a specific height and density and parking supply. However, in my experience and in my recommendation, it would be better for a proposal to come forward back to this committee for us to further discuss rather than going through the avenue of a hold.
Supplemental.
It's actually a second question,
Second question.
and it was about the funding, and it was a question that, so if I can ask a question now of the
Absolutely.
audience,
Yep.
okay. I think it was Mr. Galucci had brought up this concept of portfolio approach to funding. And I'm trying to better understand this whole funding model. I heard what our MP said earlier. You've introduced something. I'm quickly trying to figure out what this means. It seems to mean something different to a few different people. So yeah.
Yes, if you could come up and tell us what
you
you understand about that.
I think you need to put your
Mic on.
We had the opportunity to meet with Anna BALA, the CEO of Build Canada Homes, as a group, and we went through a whole host of scenarios in terms of what we're trying to do here in BALA. And the takeaways were clearly between her and her executive member that was there, that a portfolio approach to financing is a preference of theirs. And what they mean by that is, for example, if you take the district of Muskoka, and there's 5 or 6 projects that are coming into Build Canada Homes under the mantle of the district of Muskoka, that would be preferable to just a one-off like the BALA Legion. The district did approach us and asked if we would be part of a portfolio of projects that they're intending to put forward. And they asked if we would be interested in being part of that. And we said, absolutely. I had one concern with respect to that approach was we were more advanced in terms of all the work we have done in terms of engineering reports, just everything that we were actually discussing today, that wouldn't hold back the BALA project. And it doesn't. With Build Canada Homes, if they know that there are another 4 or 5, 6 projects coming out of the district, that would be something they would, that's their preference again, to finance a portfolio. Financing one-offs is a challenge. And the reason for that, I'm going to say this is sort of policy on the go. It's not like it's written in stone. Because they have so many applications in for financing, they're looking at so many deals, they try to prioritize. So having a portfolio is a big check mark. Having shovel-ready projects is a big check mark. Having community support is a very big check mark. So it's, again, to answer the question, this is as of, I guess, what, 2 months ago we were there, Dennis? A month ago. So as of that date, and I stress it's not policy carved in stone, it is like a live market, and it's changing rapidly, and they're going through their money rapidly. And most applications across Canada are actually from Ontario. There's lots of competition for this money. So again, our need for speed is important.
Councillor Mazin.
Yeah, just a quick supplemental then. Again, asking the question about there's 2 terms, the affordability and then the attainable housing. And I know those have 2 different definitions, meanings, etc. Is there a link to funding as it relates to those specific projects?
Again, high priority projects. If a project is entirely based on the transitional housing, for example, and shovel ready and part of a portfolio, that gets high priority. Knowing they're well aware of the needs, and this came out too, extremely aware of the needs of the market conditions in a lot of smaller towns in Ontario. They're like in BALA, we have a 0% vacancy rate. In Gravenhurst, I think it's 0.05%, and in Bracebridge, 0.06%. They're well aware of the needs in these communities for getting more housing stock in place. So I repeat, it's not like a carved in stone policy. So they'll look at it as a market and say, okay, well, there isn't a project in BALA. We'll be very supportive of this project. The fact that it's a Legion, again, that's a lot of good support for that. And it does help solve a portion of the problem in the district of Muskoka. So those are all the dialogue is always, it's live dialogue.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm sure I'll have more questions, but I'd like to hear from others.
Councillor Savitz.
Thank you, and through you. Mayor, you had me at, I thought you were going to call a vote right as soon as you started talking, because I'm thinking, this is great. In terms of approval, I mean, of course, this is in my ward, and certainly very appreciative of everyone coming forward and all the work staff and this team, the team at the Legion have done. I guess my question would be to the team at the Legion, what does an approval with, and as you've heard this discussed here this morning, with a number of holds, 1, 2, I don't know, whatever, however many holds there might be, what does that do to the specter of financing to your project?
Mr. Mills.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Zavitz, we cannot file for funding until there is an approval from this council. And so as I listen to everyone here, I think the idea of a hold on the 2 or 3 issues that His Worship mentioned, parking, which we've solved, that just hasn't circulated yet, but we just didn't get to in time. Height we've solved. Correct me if I'm wrong. Our planner is nodding. Density is obviously a bit of a challenge, and that's going to be elected leadership, whether or not this is going to be a special project or not. But the main thing is, if we can get withholds on those 3 things, then I can tell you tomorrow morning I'll be in front of Anna Bayou saying this is what happened, and so we'll then be in the queue before all that money's exhausted.
Thank you. Supplemental, absolutely.
Thank you, and through you. I guess to staff then, Given the warmth of reception, if you will, around the table, but certainly not, no one's approved this thing yet. I guess I'm asking you, Emily, if I might, as you work through this project, and as we work closely on the BALA Bay Inn project back in the spring, the holds became a real issue, but it was a significant mover of the project. And I wonder, in your presentation and where you do your recommendation, which is to defer, what that contemplation was in your mind about, approve with holds versus defer. You probably don't ever come to us and ask us to approve something with holds. Is that more of an organic thing within the room and the thoughts around the process?
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Zavitz. So the proposal as circulated and the bylaw as circulated already has a hold in it. So it has a hold for a number of different items in here today. So you could amend the hold to incorporate other items or not, but I think what's in front of us today is a hold. That's what's been proposed. However, typically when you put a hold in place, what you're saying is once this item is done, the approval can be finalized. So you don't typically put into a hold something that needs further evaluation. If something needs further evaluation, it should be dealt with prior to approval. And in essence, that's what a hold is. You're approving provided you do X, Y, and Z. In the case of BALA Bay, they, rather than defer the applications and withhold third reading, they requested a hold for a number of different items. And staff determined that those items, once done, wouldn't influence the recommendation, wouldn't influence staff's recommendation on the proposal. And therefore, we were comfortable with a hold. In this case, we have a new proposal, which was in staff's inbox yesterday morning, which we will evaluate. But at this current time, we haven't been able to evaluate it. So I think at this point, we would recommend the application be deferred.
Councillor Zavitz.
Okay, one last, thank you for that. I don't see the difference, to be quite honest, respectfully. I don't see the difference between the BALA Bay and the BALA Legion projects in terms of our appetite, if you will, to approve that project. And that was based on, there's a finance crunch here, right? There's a timing crunch here. And that we used as a vehicle to move that along. I know for a fact we were part of that whole discussion, and now we don't seem as amenable to that here. Is that because this is bigger, newer information coming forward? I'm just for the sake of the rest of the committee.
Ms. Crowder and then Mr. Hunter, I'll give you a chance to.
Through you, Chair. The BALA Bay application was an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment, similar to this application. However, it was just a redesignation. They did not require an official plan amendment for density or for height. So that would be two key differences. The BALA Bay Inn application sought 79 units on 3.48 acres, which equates to 56.4 units per hectare, which is compliant and conforms to the township's official plan. This proposal, which is 170 units per gross hectare, does not conform to the official plan. So there are some very big differences between the two proposals, respectfully.
Thank you.
Mr. Hunter.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, through the chair. I'd like to talk about the holding provision because our firm does work throughout the province. So I do have a bit of a luxury of having some experience on this. So just to backtrack, if we look at the 2017 history of approvals, it was granted with a hold, which is on the institutional zone today. So within that, it was development agreement with the District of Muskoka, confirmation of a municipal servicing capacity and traffic recommendations, and demonstration that the lands form one contiguous parcel. So when you looked at the new staff report prepared by staff, the hold was recommended if the application is approved. And with that, it included review of technical studies. Ultimately, if I'm going to answer this very shortly, what it does, it provides security for not only council and the town, but staff, so that we get the approval in place for the official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment. And those technical studies, as we mentioned, that may need more time to be reviewed, we have to go through and review those studies and essentially check them off prior to that hold being removed. So for example, we've dealt with the district, and our engineer here is here today from Pinestone Engineering. So we did a servicing and capacity analysis that went to the district. As of Wednesday, they came back and confirmed that we do have the capacity to essentially service this development. So when you look at the staff report, one of the holds is a demonstration of servicing. So for example, that has now been checked off. So it gives staff, and I said as council and committee, that security, knowing, okay, we've approved the planning framework for the official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment, but there are still processes that have to occur for the details. And like I said, the site plan application, the building permit application allows us the opportunity to actually regulate the design of the site. But the approval in place allows us to proceed with the applications and allows us in the background to continue the review with staff, which would typically occur because at an OPA and a ZBA level, not every single detail is going to be worked out from the technical studies. So our recommendation is approval, probably with a hold, getting the designation, the zoning in place, but allowing us to work with staff and any peer review required to get those studies into a position where everyone is comfortable before we proceed with the development. So thank you.
Committee, do we have any further questions here? Councillor Kent, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I do. I just was wondering how relevant it was, but I will ask my question now that I'm here. I've just been thinking about, I'm very, very supportive of the project. I'm trying to understand the services component of adding, I don't know, between 150 and 250 new people to the community. But maybe they're not new people, so that's a wrong assessment here. But does particularly in the winter, where are people going to grocery shop? You know, how are we going to get a new beer store in town? I'm wondering what we can do to support this development with the proper community services, let alone transportation. But the two easy ones are food as a community service that's obviously required. Is the BALA Fresh Mart big enough to support this? And is it open all winter long at the proper times?
Let me just, I
was just wondering if anybody had thought about that, because clearly when you put a development into a community that's not a winter, you know, it's a big number of additional people.
Madam Councillor, the Fresh Mart is 60 yards away from this project. You could walk there in the winter.
No, I know that.
And the Fresh Mart owners are passionately supportive of this because they lose money. As you know, the population in BALA is around 20,000 during the summer months, and it goes dry from November 1st on. And so adding people there, a number of people, will help sustain their business during those months when they mostly lose. And again, we keep hearing this number, 172 units. It's not 172, it's 126. And that's a very important number to understand.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mills.
I just one follow-up.
Yeah, yes, Councillor Kent.
And Mr. Mills, you might say, do you have any estimate of how many of these new residents might be young families with children versus retirees?
Mr. Mills?
I can't give you a specific answer on that, but Mr. Flanagan, who has been receiving interest, I would say that over 90% are, 55 and over? 55 and over.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you. And I think I'm zeroing in my focus now on the hold, how it can be used, specific to the two major things that I'm outside of the parking, of course, but it is the height and the density. So I have a question on the density when the use was institutional versus the density when it is now mixed residential. How do those correlate? Because in 2017, it was institutional. I'm asking staff, I think, first, and then I'll ask the applicant something afterwards, I think.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair Bosenworth, to Councillor Mazan. So the use of the 2017 approval was an institutional use and specifically a retirement home. And in the institutional designation per at the time, it was the 2013 official plan, but it carries forward to today's 2023 official plan. There is no density cap for an institutional use. So the reason for such is that a retirement home would incur a very different intensity of use than that of residential. The units for, the use of a retirement home would have very different impacts on parking, on intensity of use, the people coming in and out of the building and using the other community resources like we referred to, the local grocery store and such. And the residential use incurs a higher intensity of use, requires more parking. There's more in and out and that sort of thing. So the institutional designation did not limit density, whereas the urban residential destination, which they are seeking to be redesignated to, does have that capacity cap.
Councillor Madsen.
So just a quick supplemental
Yep.
then. If we just recently changed our OP to the 70 units per gross hectare, what was it before?
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, 60 units per gross hectare. So it went from 60 to 70.
Okay. And sorry.
No, it's fine. Please continue.
In 2017, this application had a permitted use of a height of, was it 55 feet? Okay.
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, yes. The 2017 approval permits a maximum height of 55 feet.
So if I could just, sorry, quickly.
Yeah, of course.
Because this is what I'm worried
Councillor
about.
Savage.
I should say this is what I'm a bit worried about in the spirit of trying to find an innovative solution and the supporting of a need of a mixed use residential. I don't think, well, I can't speak for anybody else. I think we're all trying to find a way to do it. My concern with using a hold for those two major factors is I think the only prescriptive thing we could offer would be to take it back to, I guess, the 55 feet that might have been permitted in 2017. But what I am also hearing, and maybe there is interest from the applicant to say yes, to go back to 70 units per gross hectare as per our official plan. And I'm not sure if that would be, that's why I'm asking the question.
Mr. Hunter.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I think I'm just going to touch base on this very clearly one more time, and I think this will answer a lot of the questions. So the original 2017 approval was an institutional retirement home. What we're seeking for now is a rental housing development. It does include seniors housing, like we are targeting that as part of our market. So that's still going to be part of the corporation. 128 units were approved and proposed as part of that original proposal. We maintain that at exactly 120 units, same amount of units. When we look at the height, the maximum height established in the 2017 approval was a 4-story building in a retirement home. We are going to a 4-story building in a mixed use. Now, the key part, height. The original proposal in 2017 was 78.3 feet. What ended up happening through negotiations is that was reduced to 55 feet or 16.8 meters. That was to the top of the building, and that was from preliminary design, so no detailed drawings were prepared from what we can review. Our current proposal, our first submission, which staff brought forward, was 22 meters or 72 feet. However, we have revised that. So that included the mechanical penthouse, which is on top of the building and does not really appear to be the height. So our height of our building that we're proposing now is 16 meters or 52.5 feet, which is 0.8 meters less than original approval. Then the mechanical penthouse, which is typically excluded in municipalities for total height, is 4.8 meters. So our entire height of the building with the mechanical penthouse is 21 meters or 69 feet. But a direct comparison is that the proposal to the top of the roof is 52.5 feet, where 55 feet was approved in 2017. So with a revised design, we have come down 2.5 feet. Now, for the parking count, the original approval had 102 spaces at an institutional use of 0.8 spaces per unit. Our original proposal, before we revised the parking, was 0.4 spaces per unit. We've increased that to 140 dedicated spaces, which is 1.09 spaces per unit. And a reminder that these are 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom units. So a majority of these, including seniors, will be 1 bedroom cars, which our traffic study did a review. And lastly, the density that was originally proposed and approved in 2017 was 166 units per hectare, again for 128 units. And we have maintained the exact same number of 166 units per hectare or 128 units. So density has maintained the same, height has maintained the same, minus 2.5 feet, which we have reduced. And also our lot coverage, which wasn't really mentioned, has dropped by almost 20%. So in conclusion, our team has worked actually extremely hard to reduce the overall height and maintain the density of this project, including something that hasn't been discussed. We increased all of the interior and front side yards. So we believe that the building will actually appear smaller than the original approval. If we're simply looking at it from a policy perspective of these 70 units per hectare, that really doesn't contemplate buildings of this nature. So we could still have the same building size with larger units, and our density, for example, could be 100 units, which wouldn't seem that bad. What we're trying to do is create rental and attainable housing units and affordable, including for seniors. So increasing the number of units in our building, maintaining the same building size will make those more affordable for everyone. So that's my clarity.
Thank you very much. Ms. Crowder, if you'd like to comment.
Through you, Chair. Thank you. I think that staff are very happy that the applicant is willing to revise the proposal and address our comments in the staff report and come forward with some proposed alternatives. However, I think that we need to carefully analyze what that looks like. And I'm hearing a lot of comparatives to the 2017 approval, but I think it is very important to note that these are very different uses that we're talking about. A retirement unit would typically house 1 individual, whereas a unit that we're talking about for a dwelling unit could house up to 4 potentially. So the intensity of use is quite different. And I did hear comments about height, and I just, for the sake of this committee having all the understanding, the township does measure height to the top of the mechanical penthouse. The approval in 2017 did the same. So the 55 feet included lowest finished grade to highest peak. That would be what we're looking at today. So the revised proposal, from what I'm hearing, would be 69 feet in height. And I just want to make that clear. And I think staff are very happy to take another look at this proposal. But I think I do have concerns that trying to solve this right here and now could set a precedent in future.
If I could just ask if we can maintain quiet in the chamber, please. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you, and thanks for all that, Emily, of course. Just to keep this thing moving, because it is 2 hours in almost, and I know we could carry on. I like what the mayor said at the very beginning of his presentation. He really isolated those 3 items, which we are spending all of our time talking about. And I'm wondering here procedurally if we shouldn't, because I personally would like to see the recommendation changed to an approval with holds. And I would certainly move a motion to that effect through you, Chair, to look for someone as a seconder to at the very least help focus this committee right here and now on those 3 items by approving this project with holds on those respective items. Otherwise, we're not going to move this and it will be a deferral. I just, I don't know how long we're going to be here doing this, but respectfully,
Councillor Zavitz, you're getting a little ahead of me, so why don't I read the resolution? Because after reading resolution, we can still ask questions, but at least we can have the debate. Moved by Councillor moved by Councillor Zavitz. Seconded by Councillor Parry. Be it resolved that a decision on the official plan amendment application OPA-67 and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 22/28 Royal Canadian Legion be deferred so that the public and agency comments can be received and that staff can be directed to undertake a review and analysis of the submissions. And that as part of the deferral, a revised proposal is received which demonstrates a reduction in height and density and provides a satisfactory parking solution before approval can be considered. So that's the resolution, which is a deferral. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you very much. I can support that. We did hear from a neighbor who said about the driveway coming in, the entranceway. So there's not just the three things. It's been deferred since 2017 with a hold that was never done. So now it's a new thing. We have new information on it. I'm going to support staff on this when they ask for a deferral. That's what and that I think we'll get to an answer faster if there is a deferral because everybody will get together quicker. Thank you.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, I would still like to find if there's a way to qualify this to get the application for financing going. But Councillor Zabitz raised the possibility of a hold, and putting a hold on for height and density, frankly, doesn't mean anything unless you're willing right now to specify a height and a density that you would allow to go ahead. And that's my problem. I can't even get it straight on what's approved and what's ready to build and what this looks like. If we're changing the nature of how we measure things by not measuring the mechanical building on top of it, that's not apples and apples. But Councillor Zabitz, I'm asking this to you. You're specifying, you're calling out a hold, and I'm just simply asking, what would you plug for the density and the height?
Councillor Zabitz.
I might thank you and through you, to you. I think the whole premise here is that whether it's 72 feet or 69 feet, it's a hell of a distance between 55 and whatever that is. So to get there, that variance, that difference is that negotiation. And I think what the H does is really should be an end because it helps one move the project along, yet whilst working with the township, as you would anyway, I suppose, but the hold keeps the project moving. I do understand that. This thing, if we're not going to be bold, this thing at 72 feet ain't going to happen. It's not going to happen at 67 feet. If it's going to be 55 feet and we're all going to agree to that, then, this project can't happen unless they redraw the whole project. So that's my thought.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you. And again, my point is simply that if we're going to use the hold, we got to use it right. And frankly, I'm understanding you got to specifically call out the number that if it's achieved, takes the hold off automatically. So what is the number is my problem.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you and through you. And I think this is part of why I was struggling. I think Mr. Knight had brought up use the tools in your toolbox, which is why I've been trying to get more focused on the holds. Ms. Crowder, please, I tried to capture what you said there, but that hold should not be used when evaluation is still required. And that is my fundamental concern. And maybe picking up on what Councillor Edwards just said is we may actually get to a better and faster outcome if we allow the two planners to potentially get together and actually hash this out versus us trying. I don't know what that number is. All I can say is that it's written throughout this report too, that staff is also very supportive of the notion of shifting the use from institutional to mixed residential. But there's some very important things that need to be, I think, considered. And I want to make sure we do it well. I think the town of BALA deserves us. And quite frankly, if this is a model to be taken beyond the borders of even the township of Muskoka Lakes, we want to make sure that we do this right. So I think maybe picking up on Mayor Kelly saying, I don't know what those numbers would be personally. So
Mr. Hunter, we will call on you. I want to let the committee have their discussion. If we have some more questions for you, we'll call on you.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I just wanted to put something out there because I think this is important.
This one time, but next time I wait till I call you, please.
No, absolutely. I apologize. Just through the chair, we are comfortable maintaining the height and density that was originally approved. We can meet that with our proposal. So that will address the height and density requirements. Because the current zoning is 166 units per hectare. We can detail that in our conditions. The original approved height was 55 feet, 16.8 meters. We're asking for 16 meters, 52.5. We'll deal with the mechanical interior. We can work with staff on that. So let's bring forward 55 feet, maintaining the original approval. I think that would have solved that problem. I just want to leave that out there.
Ms. Crowder.
For you, Chair. It sounds like the applicants have agreed to remove the mechanical penthouse, which would bring the height down to the previous 55 feet. Okay, I'm getting nods from them just to confirm. However, you know, I'm sorry, I'm a little, it's difficult to speak on this because this is so last minute and we like to be very careful in our recommendations and analysis. The density was not a permission in the previous approval. The density was permitted as of right. There was no bylaw in place that said you can have 166 units per gross hectare. They today are asking for that. It's still, that component still needs to be looked at. And quite frankly, I'm not comfortable making a recommendation here and now today on something that I haven't analyzed.
Can't tell who came first, but let's do Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. I'm hearing loud and clear from Emily, and I'm so supportive of this application. Since 2018, I've been waiting for an application to come along to us that we could really sink our teeth in for both attainable and affordable housing. But I'm hearing from our professional staff that they would like some time that for the new changes that the applicant is proposing, I think we should give them that luxury in a short period of time. I don't know how long that would be, a month, could come back by next meeting. So that would be my question, but I don't want to rush this if staff are not comfortable.
Ms. Crowder, if you'd like, you can respond otherwise.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I think this proposal in general came in very shortly ago to our office, and we, you know, brought it forward very quickly, much quicker than we typically would. And originally, when we have proposals of this scale, usually we just bring a background report forward, and then in subsequent months we bring a recommendation forward. However, there has been immense pressure from all angles to bring this forward and to have something before you today. Staff are recommending deferral. Alternatively, we have a recommendation that you can choose to take, but I think it's a great stride that they're willing to change the height. It doesn't change the density analysis of the official plan, so I think that's something for this committee to consider. If they wish to approve the application based on what we're hearing today, you certainly have the right to do so. So I'll leave that with you.
Councillor Edwards,
I was just going to say the same as Councillor Roberts. I would go for deferral. It can come back as soon as they're ready. They know what we're looking for. I want to see this go through. I want to see people living in BALA. And I think it would be faster if we completely defer it rather than cherry pick, because there are some other issues that come up as well. So I'm going to vote only for deferral.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, through you. So I guess to the BALA Legion team, let's talk about money for a minute, which is not even what we're supposed to be discussing today. I'm of the impression that the urgency to this file is for you to enable you to go to, approach financing on this project. If this thing gets deferred today, what does that really mean to you? Does that mean we're going to come back to you in, I don't know, July and say it's, okay, it's all been rationalized with your team and now it's all good and you can go ahead. Does that close your window? Is there a window?
We cannot apply for funding unless we have some kind of a commitment from the elected people in this room. It's that simple. And I don't know where the confusion is coming from, whether we call it a senior's home or a rental home. 90% of the people that are coming into this place are seniors. We're being punished because we took off the word seniors. The ball's in your court. The only thing you need to know, if we can't get some kind of an approval today, we cannot apply for funding. And quite frankly, we've been carrying this on people's credit cards for the last year, trying to get it to where it needed to be. So I just beg you guys to give us something that we can go and make an application for funding. You can put hooks in us however you want. There's permits that can be deferred or not approved or whatever, but you're not going to get stuck. You're not going to be embarrassed by helping veterans and helping people that are without homes.
Mr. Mills, do you want to, the councillor's question was, what would be the impact? We understand, I think it's quite clear, you've been clear that you can't make the application for financing without an approval. What does 30 days mean to you?
Well, I mean, look, I've been sticking with this project for 9 years through different councils, different provincial governments, different federal governments get ahead, and then there's an election, things get deferred. And right now we're blessed. We've got a really good leader in Scott Aitchison, who's been kicking doors down for us in Ottawa. Doesn't ask questions. He walks right across the floor to the Minister of Housing and said, I want BALA approved. And so we've got a receptive audience. But I don't see how you as elected people are exposed by, as long as you put holds on us to meet those three things, then you're protected. But it allows us to make an application for funding, because we have to submit in that application for funding the issues around height, the issues around parking. We don't just put a thing in there. We got to put in our drawings, the height, the this, the that.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, committee. Councillor Burry or CAO Pink?
Thank you. I just thought I might clarify a few things that might help with the discussion. First, there seems to be some confusion that or impression amongst maybe the applicants that there's a difference. It's not just a name of retirement home. That's not the difference here. Retirement home and nursing home, which is currently permitted in the bylaw and permitted in 2017. Those are individual bedrooms or units with one communal kitchen for the 120. What is currently proposed is a very different use, is what Ms. Crowder is trying to say, is a multi-residential use where there's 120 units with each having individual kitchens and families within. So it's a very different type of use. It results in a different intensity. It results in a different parking arrangement. And rightly or wrongly, the official plan previously and currently doesn't have a density cap on institutional uses. It does in multiple residential uses, and that's the application before you. I know also there's a lot of talk about the concern about a deferral, and yes, typically it's a month. Just want to keep in mind too, even if committee did recommend approval of this today, it would go to the July meeting. If it was deferred for 30 days and it came back to planning committee in July, we have the council meeting at the end of July, given the August recess. So a deferral, we're actually talking about a consequence of about 2 weeks. But I do also want to put in perspective, leave the process and how you get there to staff. I hear a lot of talk about a hold zone. Don't get confused about a hold zone. If you know the height, then I don't think we need the hold zone, or you know the density. We'll put it right in the bylaw, and that's the requirement to be met. As Crowder pointed out, hold zones need to be clear and explicit. They're not subjective. They're not defer. It's not a negotiate, respectfully, Councillor Zavitz. It's a hold. It's a clear condition that you're then obligated to meet. So you need to be very explicit in what that is. It's not a open-ended reduce the height. So I would suggest to you, if height and density are a concern, I wouldn't suggest normally negotiating a number around this table or designing the building. It would be a deferral. If you're comfortable knowing a height and a density, then we can put that in the bylaw. Doesn't need to be a hold, and we can move us forward to July. I'm not clear. I guess I'm not sure if committee has an agreement on if they're comfortable on this height and density. It seems like the applicants have reduced, are willing to reduce the height to the previous approval. I believe that likely would address that problem. So I think it frankly comes down to density. And the question in my mind, happy to defer it and let the planner speak. My concern is somewhat, I don't think I'm getting any impression there's an appetite to reduce the density from the applicants. So I'm not sure what a month will achieve. You'll be back here, and I think you have staff's recommendation on that. The official plan did increase from 60 units per hectare to 70 units per hectare. What's proposed is 170 units per hectare. It's a substantial increase from our official plan requirements. Staff suggesting to you that perhaps is too dense. That's not to say committee doesn't have the authority, and you're hearing from the community. There's a lot of other factors that committee considers in your decision making, and you might find that density appropriate, and we can move on. Again, comfortable with a deferral. I just don't want to set the bar too high and expect staff and the planner to suddenly reduce the density. I don't get the impression, and Mr. Mills and Mr. Hunter, please come to the podium and speak. But I'm not sure, I haven't heard an appetite to reduce the density. The height has been addressed though.
Ms. Crowder? Thank you, CAO Pink.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, and I really appreciate CAO Pink's comments. This is a very difficult spot to sit in, and I act as the mouthpiece for your official plan. And I just heard a member from the audience call me a profanity. And I'm not going to sit here and take that. So I would like to have a 5-minute break if we can.
We will take a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Should have introduced them. So it's cool to let you know but it is very
Just waiting for some key participants here. Are we live?
Yes, we are.
All right. Maybe before we proceed, I would just like to emphasize to those in the chamber that we have a code of conduct, and any further violations of that code of conduct, and I will adjourn this until next month. So let's keep it under control, please. All right, committee. Further discussion on this? I think we know the issues. Are there any more comments or questions? Councillor Mazin, do you want to start?
Thank you, and through you, and thank you for the break earlier. I think it was nicely timed. I feel like what I've heard now from the applicant is that the height is not going to be an issue, and it feels like there's a direct correlation now between the density and the parking. You know, I think the deferral, I'm hoping, will allow the applicant and his agent to figure out a new metric on how that could work, working with our staff. So I think that would be the intention behind the deferral for me, just for the applicant to be hearing. If the height has been taken care of, it's simply, I think there's a direct correlation is what I'm picking up from today between these two things. The one thing I just think would be helpful, I think CAO Pink, you just walked me through timing and process that is different than what I'm accustomed to. And I think I might have forgotten that we actually have a council meeting at the end of July. Is that correct?
CEO Pink, you ran through that the first time. Maybe it didn't sink in with everybody.
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, through you. So I think normally, as we're used to, committees make recommendations to council. Typically, we meet once a month. So a deferral typically results, give or take, in about a 30-day or 1 month delay in the process. You will recall that because of the election, because of the AMO conference and other factors, council did approve an August recess. So what we did, though, to any recommendations from the July committee meeting so that they wouldn't have to wait all the way until September, we did schedule a council meeting. I believe it's on July 29th, or it's the last week of the month. So instead of your typical 30 days or 1 month delay, a deferral in this case, again, if let's say a decision was made 30 days from now, would really result in just a 2-week delay instead of a typical 4-week.
Right. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, through you. So I just want to make sure that we have all the information in front of us. And I know, you know, we don't like to come into this room and I'll use the word horse trade. We usually come in here completely organized, completely understanding the conditions. Staff always does an incredible job of wrapping, you know, it in a package for us to comprehend. And so here we are now contemplating this piece. And I guess I have this niggling thought. Do we really know everything that is, are we at this point in time? Are we at this moment, do we know that they over here have just decided that it's 50, the building is now 55 feet? Are there other things we don't know that they maybe are on the cusp of deciding? I mean, that's a challenge because this isn't the environment for that. And I want to vote appropriately, but I also want to make sure that this project has every light afforded it for us to make, you know, that right decision. So is there a vehicle for for us to check in with them to make sure that we know what it is exactly we're contemplating? Because I mean, for example, the height was new. That just came in here 1.3 hours ago. So I just wanted, is there a vehicle for that?
Who would like to answer that question? Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Zavitz, I think that for absolute certainty on what's being proposed, we need to look to the applicant and their agent because I've heard a few new things mentioned today at today's meeting, reducing the height down to 55 feet. We don't have that in writing or in front of us. Yesterday, I received a revised proposal for 69 feet and 120 or so parking spaces on site. But again, we haven't really had time to analyze that. I think at this current stage, if they verbally have agreed to reducing the height to 55 feet, I think the main concern that staff would have would be the parking versus density component of things. Right now, I think the parking is driving the density and there's a lack of parking as it relates to the units. They're proposing 20 approximately barrier-free units, but only 5 barrier-free spaces. So how exactly does that work? And, you know, there's 128 units proposed and plus the Legion use and the medical clinic and 114 parking spaces on site. So how exactly does that work? I think those are some unknowns. And I think you have staff's stance on the proposed density. So I think we would really look to the applicant and their agent on whether they are amenable to revising that. And if so, I think a deferral would be appropriate for them to show their revised plans to staff so staff can analyze and come back with a recommendation for you.
Mr. Hunter?
So. There we go. Green. Through the chair. So we're kind of taken back. Like myself, I'm typically used to negotiating this through the process. So I'd like to make it comfortable for not only committee but staff. We are essentially willing to accept the 55 meters or 55 feet in height, which was approved by the original bylaw. Our proposal is 1 parking space per unit, which would satisfy the needs of this building in our opinion, and that be all provided on site. And then our bylaw in addition, which I would be happy to amend, can also detail the density. In addition to that, as what was recommended in the planning report by staff, is that all of the technical studies that need to be reviewed by both the township and peer review be reviewed. So that will lock in all the technical review be completed, all of the density, height, and parking be set, and that will give staff the ability to control that with our team, and the hold will not be removed until all of that is completed. I think that is the best approach.
Councillor Zavitz?
Thank you. Through you. Could you speak to density? I mean, I hate to put you on the spot, but can you speak to the density?
Yes, absolutely, through the chair.
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry. The official plan target is 70 units per hectare. If we're going to look at a site like this is only 55 to 60 units that would be available. It would not make this project feasible at all. So the density that we're asking for is 166 units per hectare, which is 128 units, the same as what was proposed with the retirement home. Being completely open, I don't see a middle ground there. Like if we provide 70 units, we're still at 95 units per hectare. We provide 110 units, we're still at 155 units per hectare. Like the number is kind of the number. We're not going to get to 70 to put it politely. So I think our approach is that the 128 units functions and we design the building to meet not only the build cost, the feasibility of the project, and really make this successful. We would like to stick at 128 units or ballpark in that number. So in our opinion, the 128 units, the 1 parking space per unit, all on site. Overflow could be maintained in municipal lots, which has existed for 80 years for any Legion events. It would not impact Cranberry Festival or anything else. And let's continue to lock in our height, density, and anything else that staff are comfortable with. Again, all this can be detailed in the holding provisions with passing a zoning bylaw. This is standard, and we are required to fulfill all of those obligations before the zoning is actually in place.
Councillor Edwards?
Yes. It sounds like we're getting closer. If we deferred this, the chair can always call a special meeting.
I was going to ask that.
Then we can move this forward.
Committee, we've got some options in front of us. Does anybody want to propose something different than what we have in front of us right now, which is deferral? Mayor Kelly, do you have a comment?
Thank you. And through you, I actually have a question just to follow up on Councillor Edwards. What are the constraints around calling special meetings? There must be notice provisions. And I'm just curious to know what they are.
Deputy Chair or Deputy Clerk?
Well, I think the determination is made by the chair to call a special meeting, 24 hours notice is required. Anything else?
Okay.
Anybody want?
Tomorrow. Tomorrow it is. All right, committee, I'm not seeing any suggestions that other than the original resolution that was read. And if you would like, could read it again, but essentially it was a deferral. Anybody want to hear it again? It was a couple hours ago. It said, moved by Councillor Zabit, seconded by Councillor Burry. Be it resolved that a decision on official plan amendment application OPA 67 and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2022/26 Royal Canadian Legion be deferred so that public and agency comments can be received, and that staff be directed to undertake a review and analysis of the submissions, and that as part of the deferral, a revised proposal is received which demonstrate a reduction in height and density and provides a satisfactory parking solution before approval can be considered. So that is saying, I believe, that we are expecting a reduction in density. Yes. Any further debate? All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. And we will be back at, we will adjourn the meeting now, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock to continue the meeting. I'd just like to thank the public for coming. This is, as the mayor said, it's a very important process, and I'm very happy that you were all here. Thank you very much. Call a meeting back to order at 1 o'clock. Our next application is presented by Ms. Walker. It is the ZBA 35/25 McNamara, which is 2 Island J2, also known as Eagle Island.
Thank you very much, Chair Bosamworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 3525 in the name of MACNAMARA. Next slide, please. The subject lands are known municipally as 2 Island J2, and I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 549 of the agenda package. Next slide, please. The purpose and effect of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application is to permit the construction of a single-story boathouse and an associated dock, and permit an as-built swim dock, which will exceed the maximum permitted cumulative width requirements. The application also proposes to permit an as-built sports court to be located closer to the high water mark than permitted. The bylaw also proposes to repeal bylaw 2021-061 and carry forward the relevant sections in the current bylaw. Next slide. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 21 days in advance of this meeting, and 5 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Matt Beach, the Township's Development and Transportation Engineering Coordinator, Kevin Gano and Richard Durstroff, the Deputy Fire Chiefs, Rochelle Story, the Township's Land and Agreements Coordinator, Rochelle Jeffries, Planner for the District of Muskoka. These comments were all circulated to committee prior to today's meeting, and no objections were raised. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended the application be approved and that the proposed development be made subject to site plan control. I have no other comments, but I'm happy to assist with questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe the applicant's agent is Mr. Ryan. Good afternoon, Mr. Ryan. Alan?
Good afternoon.
Sorry, Mr. Allen.
Listen, it can go whichever way you want.
Yeah. Today you're Mr. Ryan. Is that all right?
That is perfectly acceptable.
Mr. Allen, welcome.
Well, I will introduce myself with my full name, Ryan Allen, 16 McNabb Street, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L1R4. I am the agent representing Tyler and Claire McNamara for their property on Eagle Island. Just for reference, they also own the west lot on Eagle Island as well. The lot was severed back in 2012 into 2 separate properties, and there was a previous sports court on the property that was bisected by the new lot line. There was a requirement to relocate or remove that court, which was done, and the conditions of severance were finalized. Tyler and Claire unfortunately thought that there was some grandfathered rights associated with that old court. The old court was about 142 feet back from the water. The court that was constructed is 152 feet back from the water. So it's farther back and in approximately the same location as the original court. But it is not compliant with the 200-foot setback requirement. So that setback is included with the application today. It's not really the intention of the application. That was more of a piece that was discovered during the review. Back in 2021, some councillors may remember that there was a dining hall pavilion approved on this lot. It is in the location of where the sports court was constructed. They've abandoned the plans and have no desire to construct this dining hall. So that is the reason for the repeal of some provisions of that existing bylaw. There was also 2 cottages on the lot. There's one on the point, 2 small cottages, one on the point and one on the north shore. There's an approved 2-story boathouse and dock on the southern shoreline. The new boathouse is a 1-story boathouse located on the north shore. The new boathouse itself, if it wasn't for the existing 2-story boathouse, would comply with all of the requirements of the bylaw. And the property has a significant amount of lot area and frontage that can be severed, and each lot developed with a 2-story boathouse, and the overall widths of the 1st-story boathouse and the overall widths of the dock are less than would be on the property if it was severed into 2 parts. Happy to answer any questions you have. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody wishing to speak in favor or in opposition to this application? Nobody in line, nobody in the chamber. Very well. Committee, do we have any questions for Councillor or the agent? Councillor Zavitz?
Thank you, through you. I'm a little fussed about exemption A, which is the setback from the high water mark for the sports court. And I guess I would direct or ask of staff, I guess Caitlin, in this case, we have another example of a, if you will, the use of the word grandfathering in a sports court as it relates to the Moon River. And that person has been here repeatedly because of the proximity to the property next door where they're hearing all this sport activity going on day after day after day. And they were of the impression that it was grandfathered and they couldn't do anything about it. That being the people that are saying it's our sports court and we're fine. Bylaw has been out, et cetera. So I would ask of staff, how many, sorry, maybe not how many, but I mean, it doesn't seem to be in our nature to grant an exemption like this for that specific an item, that being a sports court, which creates noise, et cetera, et cetera. So I wonder if you could speak to that request to exempt that, please.
Ms. Walker?
Through you. I'm not recalling a specific approval for a sports court recently. Ms. Crowder may have some examples that she's able to bring up, but I can speak to this specific sports court in this context. So I would agree with Mr. Allen that there isn't legal non-complying rights associated with the sports court, which is why they're coming for approval today. The owners did unfortunately build it prior to it coming to committee, but it's been reviewed as if it has not yet been constructed and if it is appropriate given the context of this property and island. So from staff's perspective, it's quite a level island. There's no significant slopes. There's no significant kind of natural constraints on this property. It's extremely well vegetated. You cannot see the development on this property from the water. At any point, you are not able to see this sports court. Further to that, the applicants do own this entire island. So I don't believe there's any concerns with privacy or noise from a particular sports court.
Councillor Zavitz?
Through you, supplemental. So then it would be what you've said to say then that we do recognize the grandfathering of a sports court in the township.
Ms. Walker?
I think I'd need more specifics on what you mean by recognized grandfathering of sports court within the.
Sure, but if I may, so I think in your preamble, you indicated that there was a sports court here before, 148 feet, whatever it was. So we're recognizing that grandfathering of that piece by allowing or recommending approval of one that's 48 feet deficient to our bylaw.
Ms. Walker?
Through you. In this case, yes, there was a previous sports court. They could have potentially replaced it one for one. I'm hesitant to say that they could have replaced it one for one because it did straddle the lot line on this property. However, I would say staff's analysis on this didn't necessarily consider grandfathering rights. It considered the proposal as proposed today against current policies. And we determined that we felt it was appropriate.
Do we have any other questions? Seeing none, let me read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 35/26 MACNAMARA be approved and that the proposed development be made subject to site plan control. Do we have any debate? I'll call the questions. All those in favor? Any opposed? It carries.
That's great. Thanks, committee. And if you want to come by, this is the curviest deck or curviest dock in the entire municipality. If you've seen the dock that has the rounded corners on it, if you make your way up to the north end of Lake Joe, come check it out this summer. There's no other like it.
Okay, thank you. We will do that. All right, our next application is ZB. It's a report plan 2026-084 ZBA 13/26 Marsh Property Holding and Ms. Heron.
You have a note from Sally where Ken's saying she's not in as a panelist. If we could promote her to a panelist, I can see her, but apparently she can't. She's in. I know, but
She's in now.
She asked earlier that.
Oh, good.
I think, yeah.
Right.
Thank you, though. Yeah.
Saren, welcome. They tell me you've been working here before, but I don't recall you be coming to this committee before. So is that true?
I was here very briefly before I went on maternity leave and I presented once.
Okay.
To you
My
guys.
apologies. My apologies for getting it. Must have been so well done. I didn't have to remember it.
Very pregnant then, so.
Okay.
Anyway, thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 1326 in the name of Mars Property Holding Ltd. The subject lands are known municipally as 1240 Ferndale Road. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 571 of the agenda package. Next slide, please. The purpose and effect of this application is to permit the construction of a dock which exceeds maximum permitted cumulative length. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment will also have the effect of repealing a portion of the site-specific zoning bylaw, which restricts maximum cumulative dock width to 25% of the lot frontage to a maximum of 75 feet. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 21 days in advance of this meeting, and 5 comments have been received to date. 4 internal comments were received indicating no objection to the application. Comments from the District Municipality of Muskoka were also received indicating no objection to the application. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and recommend that the application be denied. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe the applicant's agent is Mr. McKenna. Do I have that correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Good. If you could turn your video on and.
Yep, sorry, I just got into my truck here. Hello.
Good afternoon. If you could
How are
state your
you
name
today?
and yes, if you state your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, Mac McKenna, 1010 Pauline Street, Gravenhurst, Ontario, P1, P1R2. Basically here, the customer, Stu Hunt, he wants to build a swim dock due to the fact that the boathouse that he's got from his new purchase of the property, it only has a certain sitting area on it, and the walls are all maxed out, and it was built fully maxed out at the 75 feet and the 66 feet out, as you can see on there drawn. And the proposed dock is over where another dock used to be on like a rock shoal. You'd like it to be there. And the reason why for that is he doesn't want to alter or change the new boathouse, disrupt fish habitat, so on and so forth. He would just like to put a swim dock out to the left there. And yeah, pretty straightforward.
Thank you. Do we have anybody online or in the, nobody's in the chamber, I don't think. Anybody online? Committee, do we have any questions of Ms. Herron or the applicant? All right, let me read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Mazin, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 13/28 Mars Property Holdings Limited be denied. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. That carries. And,
When you send the letter there of the decision, can we appeal that at that time, or do you?
That's best. I think it's best if you discuss that with staff.
Okay, and then yeah, just options on the table, basically.
Yeah, all that you can do with the staff member.
Okay, and why is it denied? Sorry, just straight up, why did it get denied?
Well, it's all in the report. I think you can read it there.
Okay, there's no
All right.
discussion of it though or anything. Okay.
Well, that's because we agreed with them.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
for your time. Yep. Bye.
Committee, the next one is Report Plan 2026-078, zoning bylaw amendment 19/26, and that is Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 1925. Just wait for the presentation.
It's pretty hilarious.
Okay, you go to the next slide, please, Maria. The subject lands are located on Highway 141 and do not currently have a municipally assigned address. And I was direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 587 of the agenda package. Next slide. The purpose and effect of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application is to permit an as-built hunt camp on the subject property. Next slide. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 22 days in advance of this meeting, and 5 comments have been received to date. Comments are received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Matt Beach, the Township's Development and Transportation Engineering Coordinator, Richard Jarstroff, the Township's Deputy Fire Chief, Curtis Savret, Manager of Planning for the District of Muskoka, and the Trillium Lakelands District School Board. These comments were all circulated to committee prior to today's meeting, and no objections were raised. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that the application be approved, and I have no other comments, but I'm happy to assist with questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't believe they're the agent for this one. The owner. Oh, so the owner. Would you like to come up and speak to the application? Sure. Great. Well, you know, take
Well, you know what?
Don't be nervous. Take a deep breath. Give us your name and address.
So my name's
5 minutes.
My name's Daryl Grenier. My address is 589 LaFontaine Road East in Tiny. I've never been at one of these, so to see what you guys dealt with this morning kind of really blew me away. It's just so many things, and I want to thank the planning department, Caitlin, Maria, and everyone that's actually helped me with this. First thing I want to tell you is I'm not one to go behind back and not do things without approvals. When I got involved in this, somebody explained to me, and it was misinformation, said that because there was a foundation on the property, you can build. They said that would have been approved. And I said, okay, fair enough. So we did it. And then on top of that, the paperwork that showed when the property was sold, the real estate agent wrote in there that it's a great location for home retreat and hunt camp. So that's why I assumed, again, you should never assume, but that it was okay for a hunt camp. Well, I went there the one day and I seen this notice on the camp and I went, oh no. I said, this is not good at all. So first thing I did was I called right away. And I talked to the bylaw, spoke to him. He said, come and see with the planning department. So I came with the planning department right away and we started working on something. I don't know exactly what goes from here. I'm asking, I guess it's for a zoning change. So that way we can have the hunt camp. My parents in 2014 passed away. So now I have my uncles, my son, my other son and wife are working. And a couple other uncles that's what we do. We hunt, we fish, ice fish. I've been coming to Muskoka for a while now. I own a heating and cooling company in Midland. Very small, but there's 3 of us, 3 employees. And I've been doing a lot of work here in Muskoka with the floods in the last 3 years. One lady was saying she's from Moon River Road. Well, we just did a great big application there to redo everything in her house because I couldn't believe it, but the water levels came up over 5 feet. I don't know if you could believe that, but I actually got a picture of them in a canoe and they taped the top of their pole. I couldn't believe it. Her water tank, anyway, everything was damaged. So I fell in love with Muskoka. We've been coming up here for a couple of years now. Everyone is excellent here. It's a nice getaway from the hustle and bustle that I have at home. So I appreciate you guys hearing us out today. And if there's anything I need to do to hopefully get this approved, let me know.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have any Anybody wishing to speak on this application? Probably not. Okay. Committee, do we have any questions of the owner or the staff? Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you. I think you did a really good job. I think you did a really good job. I guess my question would be to staff, 58 plus or minus acres, so seems to have all the qualification, you know, you're recommending approval of it. How does one settle with the notion of firearms and range distances? You know, if you know, how does one deal with that? When you do your analysis, you're fine that 8 neighbors aren't going to get dropped over there?
Ms. Walker.
Through you. I think the important thing to remember in this case is that hunting is permitted on this property, whether this hunt camp exists or not. So if they had built a dwelling in compliance with the zoning bylaw, they could still hunt on this property. So I think that's not the key to staff's analysis on this. Hunting is permitted. It's the actual building of a hunt camp that we're looking to approve today.
Committee, any other questions? Councillor Edwards.
I'm just looking at the hunt camp. Yes, they're allowed to hunt, but 141 runs right along there. And anybody shooting towards it, you know how far a rifle bullet will go. What precautions will we take? Will they shoot from the direction of the highway into the bush then, or? And that's, like I say, I'm not opposed to it. I'm just trying to get clarification. I tried 141.
Yeah, if you'd like to respond.
Yeah.
Is that door open?
Okay, so I've been hunting since I was 15 years old. It's been a long tradition in our home. One of the biggest keys we have when we have a hunting group is I accept certain people in and I don't accept certain people in. We have basically what we call a warden. So at any time I can go and check your gun, your weapon, make sure that it's loaded or unloaded if you're leaving the property and so forth. Opposed to what you're saying. So my property on 141, I actually have not just that section, we have 322 acres. So we own past the river and on the other side. Again, when you're hunting, you have to know what's behind you. So one, we don't shoot anywhere towards the road. All our stands are facing to the bush. So when we sit, we're facing the river. We're also shooting down. We know how far the rifles will shoot. We know how far the shotguns will shoot. So we make sure that nobody ever will be firing towards the road. That's unbelievably important. And that's should be common sense, but it's not. Some people don't follow what they should, but we do. Okay.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
Okay.
The case of that, you know, there's a lot of cars on that road.
100%. It's a very busy road.
And good luck with it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good meet. Councillor Kent.
Oh.
No, it's Councillor Kent.
Sorry, having technical difficulties again. I have 2 questions. I guess the first one is, the owner just said that he had another 350 acres behind it. Why is that not part of this application? Or is that a separate lot and you're just getting the permission to have this piece be a hunt camp? Number 1. And number 2, I guess it's just a comment. And I don't know if it's questions or comments, but this is the second time we've had this issue, or at least third maybe, where there was a file, I don't know, a year and a half ago up at Skeleton Lake where there was a hunt camp put in surrounded by roads. And I mean, I do think it's something that we need to find a way to legislatively deal with, because it's too dangerous for people who walk along the roads. And it's good to say, yeah, we're not going to aim that way, but that makes it would make an approval a lot more comfortable if we had some sort of ability to manage that. And I don't have a solution on that. I'm just making, it's one of these bylaw things that we need to be thinking about. Anyway, because this is, this one doesn't have as many roads as the one at Skeleton Lake had, but it's still got a big road.
Ms. Walker, would you like to talk to the first question?
Through you, I can respond to the first question. That's correct. They're all different parcels, so the lots aren't merged on title. As far as I know, the application in front of us is for this specific property and it permits the hunt camp on this specific property, which is why the other properties aren't included.
Thank you.
Right. Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you. I did note in the submissions that there was comment from the Trillium School Boards, given its proximity to Watt Public School. And I'm just curious that if they had serious concerns, that they would be, this is unique, obviously, to know that they probably would have a process that they would follow if there was concern.
Ms. Walker?
Through you, we did receive a letter from Trillium Lakeland School Board just asking that we provide the decision to them, so they're aware of the decision that's made on this case. They didn't raise any specific concerns with the application.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, then let me read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Zabit, seconded by Councillor McIntyre. Be it resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 19/26 be approved. Is there any debate on that? All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Enjoy you're approved. Just give us a high five.
Thank you.
A group high five.
Thank you very much.
You can stay if you are enjoying the entertainment value. Otherwise, I'd recommend you leave.
Stay, you have to pay. It's a fun base.
All right. All right, the next item is from our Chief Municipal Law Enforcement Officer. And she is going to talk to us about, I think, changes to the AMPs.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Planning Committee. Well, I forgot to copy my report, so I'm just gonna wing this. The Government of Ontario just brought out a new bill to introduce some proposed amendments to the Planning Act. These amendments will provide municipalities the opportunity to utilize AMPs for certain zoning bylaw provisions, which relate specifically to illegal land uses. So right now it's just a commenting period, but staff are generally supportive of the bill to allow the township to issue AMPs for zoning bylaw contraventions that relate to land uses. We would just further note that we would support opening up AMPs for all types of zoning bylaw provisions, not just ones that relate to illegal land uses. And as you guys know, as committee knows, we do use AMPs for a variety of bylaw contraventions like site alteration, and we do find it to be an effective process. So we are generally supportive of it, and we'll be passing some comments along to the province during the commenting period. I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Katie, does anybody have questions? Because I do. How will this impact your ability to enforce things such as sheds that are being used as bedrooms and ground floor of boathouses being for recreation, assuming that that remains a unallowed use?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so the proposed changes are very specific that it would only be for land uses that aren't permitted. It is not applicable to building uses. It's not applicable to setback requirements for buildings. So we wouldn't be allowed to issue AMPs for the example that you just provided.
Can you give us an example of land use?
Yeah, so for example, if a residential property was being used as commercial truck yard, I think that's perhaps an illegal land use that wouldn't be permitted, and potentially issue AMPs for something like that.
All right. Thank you very much. Committee, any other questions? Councillor Zaz?
Thank you, through you. So Rachel, you mentioned that there is more timely enforcement expected, which is expected to improve overall compliance rates and deter ongoing violations by providing a meaningful and immediate enforcement response. So your theory is that this will make it's just another tool in your toolbox. It'll make your team's performance even stronger than it currently is. Is that, you share that with us?
Yeah, through the chair, I think there is opportunity for, when appropriate, to use this type of tool, another tool in our toolbox for enforcement. Yeah, there might be situations where this would be an appropriate tool to use to deter ongoing violations, ongoing land uses that continue.
If I could have a supplemental?
Yes.
Thank you. Through you to you. So the word flexibility, can you speak to that? What does flexibility mean to you as the head of your enforcement, our enforcement team?
Minors?
Through the chair, the bylaw department has a variety of tools that we can use to enforce the bylaws, to achieve compliance with our bylaws. So, this is just another tool that we might choose to use. Sometimes we may still choose to go through Part 3 of the Provincial Offences Act. I think it'll be situational dependent as the rest of our investigations. It's just another helpful tool that might enhance enforcement efforts.
So flexibility means effectiveness in your world.
Ms. Minors?
Perhaps effectiveness to respond to different types of situations. Sure.
Thank you.
Committee, any other questions? Let me read the resolution then. Moved by Mayor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that staff report DSES 2026-022 be submitted as the township's formal comments to Environmental Registry of Canada posting 026-0558 Bill 119, the proposed Protecting Ontario Streets and Communities Act 2026. Any debate? All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. All right, Ms. Minors, you own the podium on this one, which is of course the return of the draft noise bylaw.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So as committee knows, staff have been working on the update to the noise bylaw since October of last year. And more recently, we were here at Planning Committee in May, where we presented the draft noise bylaw at a public meeting for community feedback. Again, the purpose of this report is just to highlight some of that feedback and then present a final draft noise bylaw for committee's consideration. There has been various topics that were of specific interest to the public and which were broken down in a table in the report. And I'm just going to highlight some of those larger, more significant topics, I suppose, and some of the recommendations that staff has for them. So the first one was section 5.3 of the draft noise bylaw, which regulates hours for the operation of equipment and vehicles for construction or domestic activities. Concerns were raised at the public meeting of the start time being changed from 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. Staff are recommending that these hours be reverted back to 6 a.m. start time on weekdays. And we do know that these noise types have been reduced to end at 8 p.m. from the current 9 p.m. So we're hoping that this will help achieve a balance between supporting the economy and maintaining a peaceful environment. Section 5.7 of the noise bylaw regulates noise from tourist entertainment operations. Would just like to note that this section doesn't regulate the operating hours of businesses. It just regulates noise from humans and sound systems that can be heard at a point of reception. I understand that, the AGCO regulates business hours for serving alcohol and such. There was requests made at the public meeting to extend noise hours to similar hours of the AGCO, for example, 2 in the morning. and to add additional properties to the Schedule A, which provides unique regulations for a unique property. The recommendation from staff is to maintain the noise hours specified in the draft bylaw and not to add any additional properties to Schedule A. Staff note that these unique regulations were intended to recognize the Key to BALA's unique and historical property use, being a concert venue, and staff also note that the new exemption permit process would provide individuals the opportunity to apply for exemptions to certain noise regulations. Staff also heard at the public meeting concerns of the exclusion of noise from animals that are subject to a zoo and wildlife sanctuary license. Would just like to remind committee that we do have a zoo and wildlife sanctuary licensing bylaw, which does provide for nuisance provisions and can be enforced through revoking licenses and also now through issuing amps or charges. Also, the introduction of this new nuisance noise section may be an option for certain circumstances as well. So should committee wish to make any further amendments to this bylaw, specific direction would be required. If committee does recommend approval of the bylaw with or without any amendments, staff will return to council with a report with an updated bylaw, as changes may still occur as a result of the legal review that's being done on the bylaw. And if the bylaw is passed at council, committee can expect to see staff return to planning committee with an updated AMPS bylaw for the new noise changes. And then staff will also begin to work on public awareness and education of new bylaw. If committee has any questions or concerns, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. So committee, we are this sort of the last go at this. We've had a number of rounds, and I think, and we've had lots of public input. So we've got about 1, 2, 5 items that staff would like our direction on. So let me open it up to questions, and then probably quickly get to the resolution to find out if we want to make any changes. Councillor Zavitz.
Oh, thank you. It's for you too, Rachel. I'm appreciative of how you brought this back, and it's made it really a Cole's Notes kind of thing. I think on page 3 of 5 of your recommendations, both under 5.7, just for clarification, we effectively are making no changes to what our current rules are about sound and alcohol, et cetera, at the Key to BALA. Yeah, that's what I read into it. This didn't get changed to 1 o'clock or anything else. So we're staying, it's status quo on your recommendation for 5.7. Is that correct?
Ms. Miners?
Through the chair, compared to the current noise bylaw and the draft noise bylaw, there are changes that have been made for the key, specifically for the Key to BALA. Currently, the Key to BALA could go until, like, loud human noise and music can go until 1:30 a.m. every night at the Key to BALA, and the proposed draft bylaw would limit it to 11 p.m. some nights and then 1 a.m. on weekend type nights. So we're not necessarily maintaining the status quo between current and draft bylaw.
If I might.
Follow up?
Chair, thank you. So why wouldn't you identify that as that's a difference? I thought what you were doing here is picking up, I know we've discussed it, but it sounds like that's just become boilerplate, which is, that's a significant change. We're not identifying it. I'm asking that question if I might. Thank you.
Ms. Miners.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, so the report really highlights some additional feedback that we received from the public on the draft bylaw. There is an attachment to the report that provides a breakdown of all of the regulations and all of the changes that have been made. So that will be that's included in the appendix.
Councillor Kent.
Thank you. I'm just going to bring this up one more time because I'm still confused. We jumped. I thought we had agreed prior to the last meeting, and then it got brought up again at the last meeting when we had all the public there, that moving the time from 6 to 7 for the start was not for the people, the construction people were allowed to bring their equipment in and do setup and do all that stuff. What they were not allowed to do was turn on the leaf blower or the chainsaw at 6 a.m. So we made a distinction between setup and operation. And it was operation that was to start at 7 and setup was allowed at 6, meaning that's what they said was really happening anyway. So that was what I was expecting to come out of this draft. I was surprised to see it going back to where it was before. Maybe I've missed it, or I wonder if anybody else had the same understanding, because I don't think, I think 6 a.m. is too early to be running chainsaws. And I think it should be prohibited. I think 7 a.m. is fine. They're happy to come and set up on wherever property they are, but I still think it's too early to be doing the kind of construction work in a quiet cottage environment.
Ms. Miners.
So currently the noise control bylaw does include those setup type activities, and that is occurring at 6 a.m. right now. I understand there was perhaps some discussion amongst committee about distinguishing setting up versus actually doing louder activities for blasting or other heavier type things. If committee would like to distinguish those two things, I think we would just require some direction on that.
Can I have a follow-up?
Yes.
I definitely think there's a distinction to be made here. And my understanding from the very first meeting was, and I forget who it was that said that to me, said it in the meeting, that that's the practice anyway. And if that's the practice, then let's document it properly rather than having it be a gray area where you have to file, it'll be a complaint that you won't be able to file a complaint if somebody's running their chainsaw at 6:30. If we don't clarify between setup and operation, or whatever words are the appropriate words. I don't know if there's anybody else who feels strongly about this, but I think 6 a.m. is too early for these operations.
Do we have any more questions? If not, I can read the resolution because we were getting some opinions there.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, that's. Any questions? We're just here to understand everything, so. Councillor Zavis, do you have another question?
Thank you, and through you. So my question, I guess, would be to Rachel and that whole notion of the use of the words is. So I'm sorry, because I thought that's exactly what we talked about, but I do believe it was 6 o'clock. Work could not commence, but activities around work could start at 7. So the preparation time is 6 to 7, whether it's driving or whether it's placement of a splitter or a whatever, but they would commence work at 7. The whole discussion was about the 6 to 7 time period, which we were going to take it away at one point, and they couldn't do anything until 7. Couldn't approach the property till 7. Now you've moved it back to 6. I understand it, but your words don't say, perhaps the way they need to, preparation work can occur from 6 to 7. Work can commence on the property at 7.
Ms. Minor, any comment?
Am I wrong? That's what we talked about, for sure.
Ms. Minor?
Yeah, I think if committee wishes to make that distinction between, setting up construction versus actively doing construction, that's, something staff can visit and see if we can make a regulation on that, I guess.
Councillor Parry had his hand up, CEO.
Well, I'm going to make an observation that
we're in question period. If you want to make observations, I think.
Well, it all fits in with this. The commercial operations that sell materials and rent materials to the contractors don't open till 7 or 7:30, even in the peak of the season. So having the nail banging and chainsawing noise starting at 7 seems completely reasonable. I think that a contractor that's going to start with the heavy noise at 6 is doing something vindictive to the neighbors. That's my question.
CEO Pink, you want to make some comments?
Thank you. I just wanted to provide some clarity on what this report covers, because I think there might be some confusion just based on Member Zavitz's questions. I appreciate committees had discussions on this topic many times, and committee has proposed amendments and changes, and there's been various drafts. This report is simply taking the feedback received from the community at our last public meeting and staff's recommendation on said that. So the community, I think we heard at the public meeting a month or two ago, was to go back to 6 a.m. Staff's concurred with that. Should you wish to stay at 7 a.m., clerk and I, we can happily make those changes to the resolution if that's proposed, and those changes can be reverted or made to the resolution.
All right, committee, I'm going to read the resolution because we're clearly in a debate here. Moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Mazda. Be it resolved that Planning Committee approve the final draft noise bylaw attached as Appendix 1 to Staff Report DSES-2026-023, and that the final bylaw be forwarded to Council for final adoption, and that staff be directed to return to Planning Committee with an update to the administrative monetary penalty system bylaw. I think Councillor Parry, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I think there's lots of things that contractors can do between 6 and 7 that are help unloading trucks, doing all of those things that don't create a ton of noise. But I think the heavy duty noise between 6 and 7, I think we're setting ourselves up for a problem with neighbor on neighbor.
Councillor Kent.
Just to clarify, this was discussed at the very first iteration of this. It came back on that basis, and then it got edited out when the staff went out to the public. But I think that the language would be, my understanding of the way this works is somebody meets their staff at the Footsbay Marina. They get the staff, they load them on a boat, they drive out to my island, they unload all their equipment, they get people organized into crews, and at 7 a.m. they can start running the chainsaw. So they can do whatever they want between 6 and 7. They can drive their boat on the lake, but they can't run the machine. So I think that's how they were. My understanding was the contracting community was supportive of that because that was practically what happened anyway.
Committee, it seems we have 3 members who would like to see that. Could we have some of you give us a draft bylaw with a firster and a seconder if you're willing to do that?
I'll work with that.
Councillor Parry, can you give us a rough wording on your proposed draft? Resolution?
I'm not a wordsmith. But I do. The intent is that you can start as a construction crew at 6 with no loud noise before 7.
Okay, and would we have a seconder to that? Sure. All right.
Yeah, me.
You're a bit slow there, Councillor. We've already got Councillor Zavitz, but that's fine. All right, could we just have a couple of minutes then to draft one? Councillor Zavitz?
Yeah, thank you, if I might. It does actually state right now in 5.3, it says the previous amendment to permit construction noise to start at 7, which is what we're saying. We would be okay with it starting at 7. It says from 6. So was it once 6 o'clock they could start hammering and nailing? So have we moved the needle by an hour? Because I'm kind of foggy on it.
Yes, that's correct. In the current noise control bylaw, construction noise can start at 6 a.m.
That's a good.
All right, so
I'm happy to second that.
I would use language though that said something like start setup, get organized, and construction activities, loud construction activities to begin at 7 o'clock if you're looking for language for a resolution. Setup versus operation might be the right word.
Who were the movers?
I moved it.
Councillor Zavitz moved it. Sorry, Councillor Parry moved it. Councillor Zavitz seconded it.
Crafting something over here. All right, my best friend.
I mean, to be clear, if I've got a little bit of a podium here, the vast majority of our contractors are very respectful of neighbors and don't start before 7. But I think we've got an opportunity here to just kind of get at it. And it's the vindictive neighbor on neighbor that I think we can do something about here with little effort, and it should be no impact on the community.
Thank you, and I appreciate the latitude. If I could ask Rachel a question while you're crafting the resolution. Thank you. So I want to go back to the tourist operation piece again, because I don't know why I got the willies about this, but we did actually, there were some changes recommended. And if I'm right, and some changes made, and now I'm saying this is the final draft. So if I don't bring them up now or express any concern, those changes have just become boilerplate. And I'm wondering, I guess, if the public, if you could share, I don't know, what the public had to say about some of those, or are they driven from the public?
Ms. Miners and then Mayor Kelly.
Through the chair, yeah, so staff consulted operators of tourist entertainment operations. I would say, you know, we did have support on some of these changes. It's maybe difficult to describe because some business owners are under different restrictions for their liquor licenses that make them more restricted than our current bylaw. But we did consult with them. They didn't seem to raise significant concerns besides what was said in the public meeting.
Mayor Kelly, did you have your hand up or not? All right, so we'll go to Mayor Kelly and then back to you, Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you, and it may actually be the same place that Councillor Zavitz is going. I want to talk about the key to BALA specifically. I did have a good chat with Mike Strong, and understanding a little bit better than before, actually just being enlightened more than I had been, and understanding that the nature of a small market concert producer is such that they're lucky to get decent acts midweek because they book bigger facilities, bigger towns on the weekends. And while they're traveling about, they sometimes will come in and perform on a Wednesday night at the Key. So I'm curious to know, I just don't have the reference in front of me, is the restriction on sound, which is held to 11 p.m., I understand midweek. Is that new, or is that what it's been all along, just continued?
Ms. Miners.
So that is new. The restrictions for the key to BALA from 1:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. on Tuesday, or on those few days during the week, those are new, yes.
Councillor Mazin? Oh, sorry.
Thank
You
you.
don't
For
have-
you, I think Mayor Kelly is probably still, but
No.
I think we're just trying to all understand the change specific to Schedule A, which is currently the key to BALA alone. As I note that the BALA ban was excluded from this. So the change as it relates to the key to BALA, what was the hour on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday? Historically, prior to this change, would it have been the same at 1 a.m. on those evenings?
Ms. Miners?
Yeah, historically is 1:30 a.m.
1:30 a.m. So the change then, if I'm the operator of the key to BALA, would be that now it's 1 a.m. on the other nights, and Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, it is 11 p.m.
Correct.
Ms. Miners?
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Sorry.
Okay. Do we have a draft bylaw? Oh, we're still working on. Councillor Zavitz.
Okay, well, so that was, I guess, where I was going to was there a groundswell of support to change it from, 1:30, maybe it could go to 1, but 11 o'clock for those 3 days is, that completely kills resort night. I mean, that's what clearly a few people were thinking, I guess. I don't know.
Ms.
Is that what
Miners,
happened?
on the question of groundswell of support, for 11 o'clock?
Yeah, so I believe Monday nights they are still allowed to go until 1 a.m. So it would still support resort nights. But if committee wishes to revert the 11 p.m. say to 1 a.m. and match it with the remainder of the nights, you know, committee can change those hours as they may wish.
Counselor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you. And I just wanted to clarify that, just that comment. Resort night is typically Monday night. It's still at the 1 a.m. It's simply Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And I think picking up on what Mayor Kelly has just said, what is new now is as the Key has new ownership, is they have access to different acts, which is giving them another economic development opportunity on other nights than they normally would, which is Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday night, meaning bigger acts that are not typical here because they are in bigger venues are now able to come and participate. That is what I believe I've heard. And so the question is 11 p.m. restrictive to that establishment in order to be able to have that economic opportunity? And I think what I'm hearing from Councillor Zavitz, is this a widely held concern with the community? And or I think that was the kind of the balancing act. And I'm hearing from staff that we have the potential, if we wish, to change that 11 p.m. time to either 12 p.m. or 1 a.m. to be consistent. I'm just asking if I think that's the clarity of the topic here.
Ms. Minor, and then Mayor Kelly. If you have a comment to those comments.
I think Councillor Mazad summed that up pretty good.
All right. Mayor Kelly.
And thank you very much. I'm just going to try and clarify it even more. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we've chopped, if we pass this, we've chopped 2.5 hours off their concert time.
Mhm.
And that's, productive, high energy time people are spending. It's a big chunk, I would imagine, of their revenue stream.
Committee, let me just see if we have a resolution, and then we'll come back to this topic, obviously, because there's going to be some action on it. Do we have a resolution that is presentable?
I can't print it right now, but it is regarding the
Yeah, back to where we was
the
talking.
previous one, and will there be further one?
Okay,
I
so
haven't been able to listen to
so-
the at the same time.
may I read it to, I'm not reading this to committee, I'm reading this to the proposals to make sure we capture their language. Be it resolved that planning committee approve the final draft noise bylaw attached to appendix 1 to staff report DSES 026-023 with the following amendment. That construction noise be permitted to commence at 7 a.m. and associated definitions be added to differentiate between construction and site preparatory and setup noise. You're both good with that? All right, committee?
Find a time 6 to 7, just, that means they can start at 5. You don't put an order in there, it won't be.
Councillor Kent?
Sorry, I think that's fine, except for at the very last bit, I'd add site preparation, which can begin at 6 a.m. Just to clarify the difference between, you said you can start construction at 7 and you can do site preparation and everything, which can begin at 6 a.m. That's right.
Yeah, I think we can add that, although I think it's probably already in there, but we can add.
It's just trying to be.
Yep, fair enough. Okay, if we can just hold on for a minute here. And if we want to have another bylaw associated with the key, perhaps we could think about who's going to move and second that and its rough contents. All right. So we have added lines, it says, and site preparatory and setup noise, which can commence at 6 a.m. So that's been added, Councillor Kent. So committee, I am going to now read this resolution to committee so that we can debate it. Moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that planning committee approve the final draft noise bylaw attached as appendix 1 to the staff report DSES-2026-023 with the following amendment. The construction noise be permitted to commence at 7 a.m. and associated definitions be added to differentiate between construction and site preparatory and setup noise, which can commence at 6 a.m. Committee, do we have any debate on this? Councillor Edwards.
I changed seats. The only thing is, backing a large truck up with the equipment on and the beep, 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 beep going is just about as annoying as some of the drills and hammer nails. But anybody thought of that as well?
Committee, any other comments? CEO Pink. Thank you.
Thank you. I just, my bylaw officer hat on. I'm not trying to belabor the discussion. There seems to be interest in moving this forward, but just want to stress, there will be challenges in enforcing such a prescriptive bylaw that certain noises are allowed for that 1 hour and certain noises after. It's going to be a challenge for staff. I just wanted to flag that. We tend to like being quite specific and detailed in our bylaws, which helps it sometimes, but this will pose challenges. Just wanted to flag that.
Councillor Burry?
Yeah, and thank you, CEO Pink. I think that's a point well taken. It is exceedingly difficult to legislate good behavior. And it's, I mean, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I wish we had no bylaws. I wish we actually had people that would just have mutual respect and you know, but we don't. So we've got to give them some guidelines. It may be difficult, but and if it happens once, I think most people are through the construction phase with your neighbors are going to be fine. I think what we're trying to get is a tool for bylaw enforcement for when it gets vindictive neighbor on neighbor. And quite frankly, if we can just solve that, I think we will have done our job.
And Ms. Minor, just to be sure, this is subject to our AMPS program as well, correct?
Through the chair, yes. Yeah, we're intending to put amps for this bylaw.
Councillor Zavitz?
Thank you, through you. So is this the time then we would do and add a second amendment to the amendment?
We got to pass this one first.
Do we have to pass it first is my
Let me
question?
get the answer to that.
I think it's best to do it separately. In case some
Okay.
people favor one.
All right, so I think, you know, we're getting. I'm going to call a question. All those in favor?
We're voting on 6 to 7. That's just this one amendment.
That's all.
6 to
6. Any opposed? No. It carries. Now, on the issue of the key, do we have a mover and a seconder with a proposed, you know, layout of language on this?
I'd second that motion.
All right, and is it to move it back to 1 o'clock all nights of the week?
Yes, it is. Well, it was 1:30, but we could just keep them all consistent at 1 o'clock.
So all nights of
1 o'clock. Good.
All right, if we can just give staff a couple of minutes. And we won't go on to the next topic until we've got this one done. Because sometimes it causes confusion.
I was nervous.
I was nervous. He was great. He's got a gun. He's got a gun.
He's got it.
And I don't do. So we're gonna do this at this rate.
Except you're Zed, you're way over.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be, we're about as far away as you can be.
It's alphabetical. I always wondered how you did that.
Alphabetical, it's the person beside you, but council, then they split you up.
You could drop in this week.
So that's for voting to be too close to an ally.
You know, side by side to stop this.
Must be very different there, right? It's,
Completely different.
yeah.
First time BALA.
Oh, boy.
Can't.
Specificity. Specificity. That's what kind of.
50 years ago. Yeah.
Let me read this to the two people who are moving and seconding this. Moved by, and so I'm not reading it to committee, we're just making sure we have the words right. Moved by Mayor Kelly, seconded by Councilor Zabit. Be it resolved that Planning Committee approve the final draft noise bylaw attached as Appendix 1 to Staff Report DSES-2026-023 with the following amendment. That Section 5.7.3 regarding operators on lands identified on Schedule A be modified to prohibit noise between 1 a.m. and 7 a.m. on all days. All right. Committee, let's just pretend I was also reading that to all of them. Or I can read it again. I can read it again. All right, do we have any discussion on that? Councillor Edwards.
Was that just the key to BALA or the BALA Bay?
Anything on Schedule 1, I think it was, which currently the only one on that is the key to BALA.
Okay, and then there was a request from BALA Bay in, was or not?
We will get to that.
Okay, thank you.
If you'd like, we can get to that. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. All right, committee, we have some other items. There was, we've decided not to make any changes with respect to zoo animals. So unless somebody wants to do something about that. Councillor Roberts.
We'll hold off to the end because I have some comments and some questions that will help the community.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you want to do it now, I mean, I raised the topic, so you would just like to make some comments clarifying why we are not making any changes
For the public.
All right.
And ask you this question. So last evening, I had a lengthy conversation with Mr. Steve White from the Crawford Street neighborhood. And I informed Mr. Smith that the report from staff recommending to maintain exclusion of animals that are subject to zoo and wildlife sanctuary in the bylaw. Together, we went through the minutes of the last May's meeting, and it was noticed that many of the concerns raised by the Crawford Street residents about noise generated by exotic animals in the sanctuary were not reflected specifically in the staff report that we have in front of us today. And his concern suggests that his concern at that time is concerned that maybe if they weren't in the minutes and they're not in the report, that perhaps they weren't considered. And I have spoke with bylaw this morning, so I'm going to ask bylaw a few questions on this subject to help clarify the situation. So the first one to Ms. Miners is when they first filed noise complaints on the wildlife sanctuary, there were the bylaw didn't give you the ability to do a lot, but something has changed. Can you explain that, please?
Ms. Miners?
Through the chair, yeah. So committee may recall last June or July, I believe, staff brought forward a report to update the zoos and wildlife sanctuary bylaw to include offenses and penalty sections so that if there is a contravention of the bylaw, officers can issue, Part 3s through the Provincial Offences Act or AMPS if there is a contravention of the bylaw. So that is an option for bylaw enforcement officers now.
That wasn't there before.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. So just if I may
Councilor Roberts, continue.
All right. So the other one that was expressed to me last night is that the bylaw is good, but there's no tool to measure the noise, and that it's only the opinion of the bylaw officer that the noise has exceeded. Can you review or what exactly was why we're doing that and not getting a tool?
Ms. Miners, I think the question is, why are we not using decibels to measure noise?
Through the chair, yes. So, I think committee may recall, an earlier report that staff brought forward in planning committee, of the various approaches and options for enforcing, and regulating noise. Establishing decibel levels and decibel readers was an option that I believe staff and, committee made the recommendation not to proceed with, but to continue with the status quo of the point of reception approach. So that is why there is no decibel levels or decibel readers for enforcing the new bylaw.
Councillor Roberts?
And then finally,
Mm-hmm.
thank you through you, Chair. This community for many months now has come and presented to council about their concerns, and we said we could take care of it through the noise bylaw, which we're saying now we're going to handle it a different way. But would it be okay for me to work with the community to summarize the issues that you have responded to before? And you could once again reiterate the position of bylaw and council on those points.
Ms. Miners?
I would say staff is always open to communicating with the public on bylaw changes and any concerns that they have.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, committee, are there any other items that committee would like to discuss that are in the report that outline what's in the final draft? Councillor Edwards.
I have two questions, actually. One was on generators. We say that we're not gonna bother with them now. And yet, like, there are instances where people are running, say, like a coffee truck and that, and running a generator all day long. That's annoying to people. How is that handled compared to an emergency or a site where there's construction where there's no power? But if somebody's on a site where there's power, and that, how is that handled, Rachel?
Ms. Miners.
Through the chair, the draft noise bylaw proposes that the operation of any generator is exempt from this bylaw except for generators that are used in connection with construction. So generators that are using connection with construction would be subject to those noise hours for construction and equipment, but the bylaw doesn't specifically speak to generators being used for some of those examples you mentioned about food. I think you said food trucks.
Well, food truck or something like that. It's a business, but they're in an area where there's power, but they're using it for their benefit. And that where like usually construction, once the power comes in, then they switch over. And that, so you can see them starting up with generators and then going from there. But like somebody running a food truck 5 or 7 days a week with a generator running from, say, 7 in the morning until 5 at night is a bit of annoying. If
May, do we have any other items that we'd like?
That was the first thing. Okay.
All right, so you have another one. All right.
And the second one was you can get an exemption to the bylaw, but you have to apply 90 days in advance. What about like if something, say, equipment breaks down, they have to work overnight or something like that on it? That's is that exempt? If it's like a 1 or 2 time thing, say, if it's a restaurant or maybe Turtle Jacks where they shut down and they bring construction people in at night to do the changes, how is that handled?
Ms. Miners.
Through the chair, similar to any other bylaw, those one-off instances where, somebody isn't intending to contravene a bylaw, but some crazy, unfortunate circumstance arises where they do contravene the bylaw. Most individuals will just call the bylaw department and make an officer aware of, a one-off situation. And, sometimes officers can use that discretion and, work with a person on those one-up situations.
Any other questions? Ms. Councillor Edwards? All right. Committee, are there any other topics that we'd like to talk about? There was one that might deserve some consideration that was, I think was a request by the BALA Bay to have the same rights as the key to BALA. I don't know if anybody wants to talk about that. Not seeing any. Other Councillor Edwards.
At the BALA Bay, I mean, I don't think we should exempt one business and not the other ones. And that, like BALA Bay Inn, if they were running entertainment the same and bringing people in, should they not be afforded the same privileges?
Ms. Miners, can you outline what the draft bylaw currently says?
Yes, through the chair. So there are different noise regulations for a specific business, the key to BALA. And I think the intention there was just to recognize, the key to BALA being a, concert venue. I don't believe that they're open every, single night. I think they're just open when there are concerts and events occurring. So I think it was the intention just to recognize that unique and historical use in the township. And that was staff's recommendation, just to maintain it as that for that one unique property.
Councillor Zavitz.
Through you to Rachel, I just want to make sure that we didn't roll any timing opportunities back for the BALA Bay Inn. Did we, if you will, discriminate against them by changing hours as a result of this review, or is that status quo? So I guess my question.
Ms. Miners.
Through the chair, so for the remainder of businesses that meet the definition of a tourist entertainment operation, which I believe that the BALA Bay Inn may, yes, all of those have been rolled back from 1:30 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Yeah, so through you, Chair, if I
Councilor
might,
Zavitz.
supplemental, thank you. I think that's a very real problem. It's almost discriminatory, especially when the key to BALA would be open at the same time, if you will, having a concert, to your point, and BALA Bay may be open for, whatever else. It just seems like one's open till 1 and the other is open till 11. There's a real disparity there, at least for those two entertainment venues.
Ms. Minor, my understanding is that the key to BALA has not been treated any different than in any other entertainment area. And so that they're all being subjected to this rollback from 1 to 11?
Through the chair, no. So all the businesses have been rolled back from 1 a.m. to 11 p.m. aside from the key to BALA. And I would just like to remind everyone that we're not regulating their business hours so much as we're just regulating that excessive loud human noise and loud music that can be heard from beyond property boundaries.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm going to think out loud because it brings a bit of concern to me. We're in a tourist area, and you go into we'll call it a bar, and you get in and roll in about 9:30, and you start enjoying yourselves. And 11 o'clock, they have to shut down the music, which is not typical in a tourist area, let alone in the city of Barry I came from. They would go through to 1 o'clock in the morning and per the rules, and they shut it down. So I don't think that 11 o'clock, we're not on sound.
Ms. Miners, can you clarify about what is actually being shut down? I don't believe
Noise.
it's all music. It's just music on the outside, but I'll let you comment.
I think the intention is so that it wouldn't necessarily be prohibiting or requiring music to be completely shut down, but at least turned down so that you can't hear it from beyond the property boundaries. But if committee wishes to change that back to 1 a.m. or 1:30 a.m., you can do that.
Thank you, through you. Then I would request that we include the BALA Bay Inn on the key to BALA condition. Do we need a motion for that or a second for that, or? Because that's an issue. That's a big issue.
Let's. That's the question. So you're suggesting we would like to do that. It's not historically had those rights. So we would be giving them significantly. No, I guess they were open till 1. Yeah. Took it away. Councillor Mazin. Thank you.
Thank you, and for you. I'm just trying to make sure, sorry if I'm asking a question. Again, that was just answered, but it's my understanding now that we've gone from any other establishment, not just those two in BALA,
Yes.
that they can still be open for business up until 1 or 2. I'm trying to follow the AGCO hours. They can still be open and serving alcohol till 2 a.m. But this restriction is saying any kind of music or noise that is happening beyond 11 p.m. now, that emits beyond the property boundaries on the exterior, I guess, noise, that's what's being trying to be limited, not, so I'm just trying to think of, in particular, the BALA Bay Inn, just because that's the one that everybody's talking about. If they were still having live music inside, but their windows and doors and stuff are closed, and you can't hear it on the outside, they could still do that by right until 2 a.m. Is that correct?
Ms. Minor?
Essentially, yeah, that's correct. They would, they can still play music inside. I think it's just needs to be turned down to a level where you can't clearly hear it beyond property boundaries.
And Ms. Minor, that used to be 1 o'clock.
Yes, it used to be 1:30 a.m.
1:30. And so the BALA Bay Inn will now have to comply with that unless they got moved to Schedule 1 or Schedule A, whatever it is.
That's correct. All
Okay.
businesses in the township would be going from 1:30
All right.
a.m. to
That's
11 p.m.
Councillor Robertson and Councillor Mazin.
Yes, Chair, thank you. I would like to move a resolution that places like establishes like Turtle Jacks, and I think BALA Bay Inn is probably comparable, that the time be changed from 11 p.m. to 12, or 11 p.m. to 12 a.m. p.m. Yeah. 1 hour difference.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you. It's for you. And this is part of the reason I'm asking the question is not to center out BALA Bay. And necessarily, I think the cluster in there that's why Mr. Knight came forward when he did. This is kind of a symbiotic relationship. But I'm thinking more about the built form and the activity itself. The key is unique in the way it has historically had built in. The doors are open, the windows are open, and it's part of the character of the area. If I think about other facilities, without naming, I'm trying to come up with them. There's Windermere House, there's the JW Marriott has things. And so so they have interior and exterior music happening. And I suspect that that's why they're saying, hey, there must have been some complaints of some sort to bring those kind of establishments saying you can still host that activity. Just be keeping the doors closed and have it inside so that your neighbors aren't impacted. And I think that's why I'm asking the question, to make sure. I think we have to be consistent with beyond, the key is unique. And I think that needs to be acknowledged. But whether it's 11 p.m. or 1 a.m., I don't know what, other than I think we have to be consistent across the township, or I think we're opening ourselves up to be questioned.
Ms. Miners, just for my clarification, if the limit is 1 a.m., that means you can have a band outside playing until 1 a.m.? Because Windermere has outside bands, for example, has music that plays outside.
Sorry, you're speaking to all other businesses?
Not the key, all other businesses.
Yeah, so they have regulations saying that outdoor sound systems and indoor sound systems would have to be not heard beyond their property boundaries after 11 p.m.
But the current bylaw says they can't be heard after 1 a.m., which means if Turtle Jacks wants to have a band outside today before any changes, they would allow that band to play until 1 a.m.?
Technically, the current bylaw right now, yes, would state that it would go until 1:30 a.m.
Sorry, 1:30, yes.
I don't think that's occurring due to restrictions put on their AGCO liquor licenses. So I think that's why we're not seeing that happening right now.
Because the AGCO restricts them to an earlier hour,
To my understanding, yes.
but that's not in our control. All right.
Yes.
Councillor Edwards.
Just for clarification, was there not a bylaw restricting sound in Port Carling years ago because it reverberates and that? I don't know what that one was, but I just would like to know if there was one and what the hours were at that time because of this fact that the hills were amplifying everything.
Ms. Miners, do you know the history?
I do believe that there was a resolution passed by council or committee some years ago. Perhaps our deputy clerk could speak on it a little bit. But it's my understanding that council or committee passed a resolution to the effect that the council or committee didn't support music at certain establishments in Port Carling. I don't know. I would have to pass that over to the deputy clerk.
Deputy Clerk.
Yes, thank you, Chair. There was a group in Port Carling called the Friends of Port Carling. And I don't recall the exact year, but I'm going to guess 2012, 13, 14-ish. And the Friends of Port Carling lobbied the AGCO. When one submits an application to the AGCO, there is a public process where one can go on and see if there's an application in your area. And if you wish to comment on the application, you may do so. And so the Friends of Port Carling would receive notice of all the applications in the vicinity that they chose to look after. And they would provide comment to the AGCO regarding noise in the evenings. And one of the establishments, I believe it might have been Turtle Jacks, appealed the order. The order was placed on them. They appealed it to a higher level. Council of the day, and I hope the CAO will correct me if I'm misrepresenting this, but they passed a resolution in support of the Friends of Port Carling and their initiatives and their efforts with regard to this one particular appeal.
But to be clear, they did not create a bylaw. They just said they passed a resolution supporting the Friends of Port Carling.
That's my recollection.
CEO Pink, do you have any to add?
I think the deputy clerk is correct. My recollection is I think the resolution was that a letter be prepared in support of those restrictions in that individual situation. But it was worded somewhat generally. That was that term of council's position on noise in Port Carling.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, and just to add to the story, I believe the Friends of Muskoka or of Port Carling are still active. I think Dr. Lux has passed the baton to someone else. I won't speculate. I'm pretty sure I know who it is, but I think they have recently been trying the same thing with the AGCO application on Ferndale, the corner of Ferndale.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you, and with your indulgence, if staff could just remind me, there was clearly a movement in behind making the change from 11 to 1 p.m. And I'm just trying, if you could just take me back in understanding exactly where this started from.
Ms. Miners, what is the history on moving from now 1 to 11, bringing it?
Thank you. Yeah, through the chair. I think through the benchmarking process, staff identified and researched that many other municipalities, this 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. is a standard even for bars and businesses in downtown cores and such. I think there was some comments or perhaps resolutions from previous meetings that there was like a general request to reduce the hours from 1 a.m. So if 11 p.m. isn't, what committee wishes, again, committee can change that from 11 p.m. to a different hour. Should you wish to do that?
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you to Rachel. So I guess my thought would have been all along that why would we change, this, let's call it 1 to 11. That's a pretty drastic business economic development change for whatever businesses we're affecting by making that decision. So I'm wondering, again, I used the word groundswell of support earlier. I don't recall sitting here hearing 39 people standing here saying, you've got to shut your business down at 11 instead of, 1:30 or 1. Why wouldn't we just treat them all the same? And, 1 o'clock is the time and what they choose to do with it, because 11 o'clock seems punitive. Am I wrong?
Well, just to be clear, Councillor Zavitz, it's not saying they have to shut their business down. Because they have to keep the noise, they have to turn their outside speakers off and keep the noise inside.
I don't know anybody that has outside speakers on at 11 o'clock at night. It's all inside. That's my point.
Councillor McIntyre.
Thank you. Through you. I do remember it was Councillor Nishikawa who was raising the concern for residents of BALA during weekdays. They said, yes, we understand weekends, the key is really noisy. During the weekdays, it's very difficult for people to try to exist if the noise is going on till 1 o'clock every morning. But coming back to the issue that we have today, I can't justify in my mind how you could have one business that's allowed to be open till 1 o'clock, and just a few blocks away, another business that has to shut down at 11. And it's hard to justify that kind of a discrimination or difference when they really aren't that far apart and they're really serving the same market. That's the concern I have.
Mindy? We've got a proposal that it moves the outside noise to 11 o'clock and from what used to be 1:30. Do I have any proposals to move it back? Councillor Roberts.
I just will restate what I mentioned a while ago. I think 11 o'clock is too early. I would like to see it go to 1 or whatever, not 1:12, or whatever the committee would think would be appropriate. And I'm asking for a second.
Councillor Zavitz?
Second, if it was 1 o'clock.
Councillor Roberts?
I'd be okay with that.
All right.
Sure, I'll second it.
Take a few minutes to draft a. Councillor Bird, would you like to comment?
So we do have a number of laws and bylaws intersecting. I'd need to understand what's happening with Turtle Jacks. Specifically, it is in the middle of town. And there's a lot of people right around, and they were there before Turtle Jacks was there. 11 o'clock's late for that. I mean, I don't know. Not all laws are fair to everybody at all times, but I think their liquor license prohibits it, but I can tell you we'll have a complete and utter uproar if Turtle Jacks is allowed to have outdoor music after 11 o'clock.
So, well, let's wait till we have the resolution.
Yeah, we haven't talked.
Thank you for that comment. Councillor?
Yeah, I didn't think it was going 1 o'clock outside. I thought it was 11 o'clock. It would shut down outside application, but you could have it inside.
That's what
The draft bylaw that we are looking at would allow them to have amplified music on the inside as long as it wasn't heard beyond whatever our standard language is. And what the resolution is suggesting that you could have amplified music and other types of noise outside until 1 o'clock. Right, well, we've got a resolution.
No, I was talking about inside, not outside.
Yeah, not-
I'm sorry it wasn't explicit.
Well, but the way it was did allow, Ms. Minor, don't let me misstate it, but the way it was stated, until 1:30, you could have amplified music outside. The AGCO may have restricted it, but our bylaw did not. Am I correct on that, Ms. Miners?
Sorry, you'll have to give me a sec. I'm getting a little confused at the moment. Just give me 1 sec.
CEO Pink, can you answer this? We are perhaps going around in circles and getting more confused
I
as
want
we do
to
it.
interrupt Ms. Miners, let her confirm, but I think what you've stated is correct. And I just want to clarify. I think right now, again, yes, the noise is 1:30. I understand from Ms. Miners that it's quite common in other municipalities, quite common that it's 11 PM. As we've heard, I don't want to keep repeating it. But it doesn't control hours of operation. It doesn't control noise inside or activities inside. It's simply noise emanating from the property. And if we move back to 1 or 1:30 for all properties, I think it renders Schedule A and the restrictions around the key to BALA moot. Everyone would be back to that. So it sort of defeats it. I think this was, if we go back to the process early on, Ms. Miners met with a number of stakeholders, including restaurants and tourist operations. And from what I understand, they were all fine with going to 11 PM, including Turtle Jacks. And Ms. Miners can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but that's my recollection. At the meeting, we didn't hear any complaints from those tourist operators to go back to 1 AM. What we heard was one individual, Mr. Knight, that the BALA Bay Inn should be afforded the same as the key to BALA. So again, I think we've all been kind of saying those things around and around. I'm just trying to bring it together. The draft bylaw from stage 1, draft 1, has moved from 1:30 to 11, again, sort of in concert with, I think, best practices that a lot of municipalities practice. I think we've heard some committee members recognize that that's awfully late to be able to make noise emanating from your property till 1:30, even 11. And they appear fine with that restriction. Again, then there's that nuance that currently, yes, it's 1:30, but a number of establishments in Port Carling have an added restriction by the AGCO because of the Friends of Muskoka or Friends of Port Carling, sorry, that we've heard about. So I hope that helps clarify. I think really the question before you is either reverting everything back to 1:30 as it is, and I think we can do away with the key to BALA restrictions, or you could debate just moving the BALA Bay Inn to Schedule A, or you could leave it as is currently. Hope that helps.
Councillor Roberts.
Given what CAO Pink has relayed, that there were no really pushbacks on this, then I withdraw the resolution.
Okay, committee. I think that's, we've stopped the discussion on that because we do not have a resolution. The all other establishments other than the key will have to stop their outside noise by 11 o'clock. Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. I'm just curious to know if there are any other businesses that are subject to special restrictions. And I'm thinking specifically of those that operate on the waterfront in the midst of waterfront recreational property, the Marriott, for instance, Windermere House, clearly, what's it called, the spa, the beer spa. Do any of those have restrictions on them, just given their location hard up against recreational residential?
Ms. Miners, do they have anything other than the standard bylaw?
In the bylaw, there's no nothing like differentiating waterfront properties and such. I'm not too sure what, AGCO may or may not have. It seems that there's different restrictions for different properties when it comes to AGCO, but I'm not aware of those
Okay,
specifically.
thank you very much. All right, committee, the one item in, sorry, let me just confer with clerk.
We just need to make note that the main motion be passed as amended because we have 2 amendments.
No, but we've got one more item.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure that's not forgotten.
I mean, I think we still have one more item open, and that is, should the BALA Bay Inn be brought onto Schedule 1 or A, whichever it is? And if there's no discussion around that, then I think we can end our discussions and finish on this topic. So are we ready for that? Very well. So the first thing,
So it's my understanding, we read the main motion. And
read the main motion.
we've passed 2 amendments to that main motion, so we need to go back and approve the main motion
All right.
as amended.
So committee, we've made 2 amendments to the main motion. And now we have to agree the main motion as amended. Everybody happy with that? All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that carries. And we'll get the things printed. What time do we, if we had a break yet? Do we want a break?
Is there just the one item?
One item. Okay, well, everybody's happy to, or one item. Good. We have one unfinished business item. I believe it is, Mr. Stone is going to talk to it. It is Brown of no civic average, but it's a ZBA 27/25. No civil address yet. All right, Mr. Stone.
Thank you, Chair Bozeman Worth and
Bozeman-Worth.
Planning Committee. Take me a minute to get my hulls out of my throat there. Sorry about that. Thank you. I've had the pleasure of presenting this application, which was initially presented by Director Huff back in November. There was a number of community members obviously interested in the proposal, and after listening to Director Huff, the committee deferred it to allow for further discussions on this particular project and to see if there were some commonalities that could be reached with regards to what was being proposed. So if I may, there's a presentation. If you could go to the next slide, please. So what was achieved through the consultations with staff and the public was really to look at the orientation in a big way, which is the what I would call the squaring off of the cul-de-sac. It was originally shown as a lollipop loop to it, and that was really, I would say, not the best design when it comes to freehold townhouse development, because it wouldn't permit direct access to a municipal road. So that was presented to the applicant, and they came back with this design. So what you'll find is all 8 units are now direct frontage to the municipal roadway, which is typical of your townhouse projects that are freehold. You'll also note that originally it was planned for 4 units in 2 blocks. So that's remaining as is. And in essence, that dealt with much of the engineering planning concerns. Next slide, please. Also, that was taken into account was a slight redesign to the actual unit itself. And as you've heard today, parking is a very big issue when it comes to multi-unit residential uses. And so what the applicant and the staff did is we worked at trying to ensure there was actually 2 units, or 2 parking spaces per unit. And so in this particular drawing, that's the main floor, what they did is they enlarged the garage. So now it meets the requirements of the township in terms of size of parking stalls. So you can get a vehicle within the garage. The other thing to aid that is they took the stairs out of it. So there's lots of room now for parking. And the other thing that's being proposed, and you'll see this as an exemption, is that they're allowing for parking in tandem, which is sort of a new trend in parking in our municipalities. So next slide, please. Now, this is a sort of conceptual image, and what I've done is just shown where the party walls might be. Once this application proceeds, if committee sees it appropriate to approve, eventually they'll construct the townhouses, and they'll have to go through a part lot control process that, and basically when it's constructed and the party walls can be surveyed, then you can actually subdivide these into freehold townhouses. So again, this is conceptually for the community's benefit. Next slide, please. So what you see in the bylaw is a series, as it was drafted, is a series of exemptions. A and B deal with setbacks, and that's primarily for the last unit, unit number 8, as it relates to the unopened road allowance. So what was being proposed there is 3 meters setback where 7.6 meters is required. To sort of offset the concern that was raised by operational services, one of the things that's being proposed as part of the site planning for this project is to put up an exterior side yard fence. And that sort of leads into, and I describe it as something to save the snow when it's being plowed from hitting any of the structures, the townhouse wall. You'll notice that green exception number 3 is highlighted. And as I said, when they redesigned this to be direct frontage units onto the Silver Street, this requirement for 0 setback for the frontage is no longer needed. Next slide, please. And these exceptions, D, again, deals with interior side yard, and they're requesting a 1.8 meter setback. And that's really just to account for all the party walls within the 2 blocks. And again, that's a typical requirement for townhouses when you're dealing with freehold holdings. The next E exception is for, and it's probably the biggest one as it relates to the zoning bylaw, is the requirement for 37 units per hectare. The bylaw as it exists today only allows for 30. That's not in alignment with the current official plan. The current official plan allows for 40. So, and this happens a lot when you're dealing with a bit of process gap between your OP and updating your zoning bylaw. You often will get site-specific amendments coming forward like this one to take advantage of the OP policy and make this adjustment specific for this site. And F is dealing with the ground floor area size for the units. And the bylaw requires 65 square meters. They're proposing 49. But it is noted that when you look at the whole structure itself, it's well beyond the requirements of the bylaw in terms of gross floor area. What's sort of happening here is because they have an internal garage, they can't get the total floor area on the main floor. So, but it is accounted for in 2 stories. Next slide, please. Finally, you have G, and I mentioned this just earlier about the redesign. So they're asking for parking in tandem. So that basically you have 1 parking space in the garage, 1 directly behind it on open air on the driveway. And that's a new requirement in the bylaw. So it's happening here first with this exception. Next bylaw. Next line. So notice of public meeting, as I said, happened back in November. And as I understand, it was attended by a number of ratepayers, and some lively discussion was happened. And we have, as I understand, Director Huff met with the community as well to sort of work through some of their issues. And that translated into the redesign of the townhouse project. Next slide, please. I did provide a very quick overview of what the main issues that were raised by the public. There was precedent, and what we determined as staff is that there isn't one because it conforms with the official plan. Parking, we did make the adjustments within the design of the townhouse units to accommodate 2 parking spaces. Compatibility, that's always a an interesting public opinion is that while you're introducing townhouses to a single detached neighborhood or residential neighborhood, and the truth is they're both residential uses. They just happen to be different types. Talked about privacy, about rear and side yards. To accommodate this concern, what we encouraged the applicants is to consider fencing along the perimeter of their development. And so that'll form a part of the site plan control agreement with the applicants. Flooding of adjacent lands, one of the things that's required was a technical study for stormwater management, and it was determined that there wasn't going to be any adverse impact on stormwater off the site. Heritage assessment, quick note to say that it's not in a heritage district. So traffic impact, one of the things that we did check with operational services is the capacity of the local roads to handle trips. It was mentioned that you could have up to 1,000 trips per day. This will, and the neighborhood won't generate that type of volume of activity. And there was some letters of support for this development, and those letters were included in the staff report. So it's safe to say that staff and the applicant duly considered the concerns raised by the public and made adjustments to the project to allow this to happen. So we believe everything from a public perspective has been adequately mitigated. Next slide, please. In terms of agency comments, they were fairly standard. One of the things that we want to see is a fulsome technical review. That'll happen at the site plan control stage. And the fire was asking for it just to meet their NFPA guidelines, which that again will be ensured as part of the site plan as well as the building permit inspection process. And the district was asking for a holding provision. And that is what you heard earlier today, was really to confirm capacity both in the water and wastewater systems. So from that perspective, we can go on to the next slide. And that would be it. So I think what we've done, I think what staff has done, and credit to Director Huff for her efforts to bring this along. I think it's she did a fabulous job, and obviously she demonstrated that there is merit for committee and council to approve this project. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stone. I see we have the applicants here. Would any of you like to speak? All right. Very well. Speaking of questions, committee, do we have any questions on this application, Councillor Zavitz?
Thank you, and through you. So, it just seems, so it's Friday, this thing the agenda comes out. I guess my question would be to you, sir. Have we had any, there were concerns. Clearly, much work has been done to address all of that. So way to go on that one. Have there been any concerns expressed since the agenda came out on Friday to today?
Mr. Stone.
Thank you, Chair. We've been actively looking, as admin staff has been watching emails and listening to the phone calls. So no, we haven't seen anything further from the community.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I'm supportive of this, but the audience this morning was, there were some people from the area that were here in attendance, and they didn't come back this afternoon. But I was asked by one, and I think it's best that rather than I answer it, I asked staff to answer it. And it pertains to, could you please, was asked me to ask staff, could you please convey the results of any environmental assessment?
Mr. Stone.
Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Give me a second, please.
Of course.
So as I recall, now I can't find it in the report, but one of the concerns was raised about the wetland feature that was out front. And again, if I recall, Director Huff's observation analysis on that, what she was saying is that they were going to look at mitigation through the reconstruction of the ditches along the front with additional planting materials that would enhance stormwater management runoff and would be, if you want to, a balance cut and fill. That's how I would refer to it in terms of the wetland being replaced with naturalized stormwater management features on the property.
Committee, was there any other questions? All right.
Sorry. Sloppy.
Are there two or just one? Just one.
Yeah.
All right. Committee, here we go. Moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 27/25 Brown be approved subject to the following. The revisions be made to the draft bylaw to remove the exemption request for 0 meters lot frontage, amend the minimum ground floor area provision from 49.1 square meters to 48.6 square meters, and implement the required wording to incorporate the holding bracket H provision as detailed below. That a holding bracket H provision be placed on the lands for the following. A functional service report has been submitted to the satisfaction of the district municipality of Muskoka. 2, that the hydraulic modeling be completed and that any required improvements be implemented to the satisfaction of the district of Muskoka. And 3, availability of water sewage capacity be confirmed to the satisfactory of the district of Muskoka. Committee, do we have any debate on this? Seeing none, all of those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. All right, committee, I think the rest is Ontario Land Tribunal status update. Is there anything on that topic that we need to know about? There was staff delegated approvals. We had May 1st to May 31st. Site plans 1, residential 0. Any correspondence that we would like to be hearing about from staff? All right. One more resolution. Moved by Councillor McIntyre, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that the planning committee meeting adjourn at 3:02 p.m. and that the next regular planning committee meeting will be held on Thursday, July the 16th, 2026 at 9 a.m. via an electronically and in-person hybrid format from the council chambers in beautiful in the municipal office in beautiful downtown Port Carling, Ontario. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries.